Infiltration from within on Al Jazeera.
Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Testing. All right. Test.
Hello, I'm Riley Carlson. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with our continuing coverage
Test,
of
test,
developments
1,
out
2.
of Iran, the U.S., and Lebanon. Coming up.
They offered a lot.
What did they offer?
They offered a lot, but not enough. Thank you.
I didn't offer
Trump
anything, you
cancels
fat
his
fuck.
envoy's visit to Pakistan for talks, saying Iran did not make a satisfactory offer. Iran's foreign minister is in Oman, but says he shared a framework with Pakistan to end the war. Israel carries out more attacks in southern Lebanon after Prime Minister Benjamin
Of course they do.
Netanyahu orders forceful strikes, accusing Hezbollah of sabotaging peace efforts.
Yeah, of course.
Armed groups carry out coordinated attacks against military positions in several cities in Mali. Plus,
this is the Geiger counter. You can hear the radiation level increasing.
we report from inside Chernobyl, where concerns are growing about the condition of the site
Great,
14
that's all we
years
need.
after a nuclear disaster. The U.S. president has called off a planned trip to Pakistan by his envoys in the latest setback to the efforts to end the war with Iran. Donald Trump canceled the visit by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner just before they were set to leave for negotiations on a potential deal. The president says Washington also received a new peace proposal from Tehran, but that it's
Sure he
already
did.
been rejected.
Sure he did.
They gave us a paper that should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it, within 10 minutes we got a new paper that was much better.
What was on that paper, sir?
He's so full of shit.
We talked about they will not have a nuclear weapon. First, look, that whole deal is not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. First,
Okay, dude. Whatever you say.
haven't even thought about it yet.
Haven't thought about the ceasefire. Yeah. Meanwhile, prices are going up. Everybody's getting screwed over, but he doesn't care.
Thank you.
Trump's announcement followed the departure of Iran's
Such
foreign
a
minister
fucking clown.
from Pakistan, where he presented mediators with a potential framework for ending the conflict. Abbas Araghchi is now in Oman for discussions on regional developments. He's also held phone calls with his Turkish and Egyptian counterparts. Iranian media say he's expected to return to Islamabad before traveling on to Russia. We have correspondents covering the story from Tehran and from Washington, D.C., and we will begin in the U.S. Capitol with Manuel Rapallo. Manuel, what else did the president have to say about what's been going on the past 24 hours?
Riley, President Trump abruptly canceling this planned trip to Islamabad by his special envoys, Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, certainly casting doubt over this latest round of negotiations that was supposed to take place in Islamabad. This began as a social media post by President Trump on his Truth Social account saying that this meeting had been canceled. He then spoke to reporters at great length, as you heard in the introduction to this segment by President Trump, speaking about the document that was reportedly left in Islamabad by Iranian negotiators for their American counterparts. President Trump saying that the Iranians offered something, but that it was simply not enough. The president also said that this was about the trip taking too long, that there was no justification for sending his top negotiators for something that would not yield results favorable enough to U.S. interests. He says, we're not going to spend 15 hours in airplanes all the time going back and forth. President Trump reiterating that the United States has all the cards, but still leaving many questions.
Doesn't sound like he has any
I think
cards.
one of the things that's very important to underscore here, however, is that even though these this latest round of talks have stalled, it doesn't mean that the diplomatic window has closed here. On the contrary, President Trump, in his own words, quite literally, is saying that if Iran wants to talk, all they have to do is pick up the phone and call. Now, President Trump will be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner
According
later
to
this
his press
evening in just
secretary
a matter of
yesterday,
hours, so
they
we
called.
are expecting potentially that there
That's why you
will
were
be
sending
an
Witkoff and
update
Jared.
in terms of where these negotiations currently stand.
Okay, and Manuel, while the president was speaking earlier, he seemed to drop a hint that something may happen on Tuesday. At least he mentioned Tuesday. Was there any further information or elaboration on what that might be?
Indeed, President Trump did hint at the potential for something happening on Tuesday, but he did not provide any concrete details as to what exactly that might be. Now, if we want to talk about what we can expect without speculating too much in regards to these negotiations, I believe that the burden really will fall on third-party mediators like Pakistan, who will be having to relay messages between Tehran and Washington moving forward. Militarily, the United States is also going to continue to enforce their naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and beyond, their targeting of all maritime activity by Iran to continue to pressure Tehran militarily, to continue to pressure them economically. So again, for now, there's still no timeline exactly
they don't seem too pressured.
These talks to resume. We can expect mediators to be employing different diplomatic tools to encourage both sides to remain at the negotiating table, to continue these,
What's up, Anonymous?
to continue
Welcome.
the dialogue. And more than anything right now,
Welcome,
the
Matt.
focus, at least from U.S. diplomats, is going to be to take advantage of this ongoing ceasefire to prevent anything that could threaten this delicate ceasefire that would lead these two countries to once again fall into open conflict.
Or anything that it could indeed derail any possible negotiations. Manuel Rapallo, live for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you for this. Let's get the view from Tehran now with Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid, who is live for us from the Iranian capital. Al-Migdad, do we have any more information about what might be in these documents that the president is talking about, the first one or indeed the second one?
Yes, the President Masoud Pezeshkian and as well the Foreign Minister Abbas Araqdi handed the workable, described it as a workable framework to the mediator in Islamabad earlier this morning. And definitely we don't know the details yet. It's not publicly published and officially published. But if we step back and if we look at the phone call between the President of Islamic Republic of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, we can know the whole picture and the point and the points and also the stance of the Iranian officials. Masoud Pezeshkian, in his fifth call with one of the main issue highlighting the previous round of talks and the previous ground of for negotiation. So he is stressing that this blockade and this pressure over the Strait of Hormuz and this military presence in the sea, at the Sea of Oman, and also this blockade toward their ports is one of the main obstacles. Actually, in the past few days, they describe it as an act of war, as an act of violation for the last ceasefire before it's be extended again by the Donald Trump. So the whole picture, there is a huge gap between the Iranian and Americans, but we know that Iranians right now emphasizing that the diplomacy is ongoing, they open to dialogue, but they need the trust, they need a respectful environment before any progress can be made in the upcoming days. Masoud Pezeshkian and as well as Foreign Minister Abbas Araqdi being in a flurry contact and flurry diplomacy contact with high officials, especially in the region. We know that Abbas Araqdi is in Oman, and also we will be head again to Islamabad and then to Moscow. And his team right now is in Tehran for more of consultation between that workable framework. So the picture is clear. There is a huge gap, but diplomacy is ongoing. And the big question, we don't know whether this will bring or lead us to a breakthrough or another round of deadlock. And definitely the upcoming days will reveal that.
All right, Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid live for us from the Iranian capital of Tehran. Al-Migdad, thank you. The U.S. president's decision to cancel a planned delegation to Pakistan
Welcome,
comes amid
Sharice.
confusion over whether new talks with Iran will take place. Tehran has repeatedly denied that any direct negotiations with Washington were planned, insisting engagement would only happen
No good news
through
yet.
mediators. Al Jazeera's Osama
I'm
bin
still
Javed
breathing,
reports
so.
from Islamabad on Pakistan's efforts to keep diplomacy
Hooray.
alive.
The barriers are being removed from here in the red zone in Islamabad, which about 2 weeks has remained a complete
Thank you,
no-go
Jennifer.
area for people. This is because of the latest that we've heard
Thanks for the
from
gift.
the U.S. president,
Appreciate
who's
it.
announced that he's calling back his envoys. There was hope that
Welcome, Trevor.
they are going to
Yeah.
continue this dialogue.
That's the only
here
people getting
in
rich out of this.
Islamabad with Pakistani
The Trump
officials,
family and the oil
and
barons.
they are going to hold talks, although the Iranians never confirmed that there will be any talks here in Islamabad face-to-face with the American. It was a day with a flurry of activity where there have
Elect
been
a clown,
phone
get a
calls in the
circus.
last 24 hours between the Pakistanis and the Iranians, the Pakistanis and the Egyptians, the Pakistanis and the Russians. The Iranian foreign minister concluding a long discussion with Pakistan, then headed to Muscat in Oman, and onwards he's expected to go to Moscow. We've been told by various diplomats that diplomacy is not dead, despite the setback that has come here. Although Islamabad has again come back to life, but it appears that the Pakistanis have not given up hope in the whole peace process. It is going to take time. We've been told that diplomacy is not an event, but a process, and that process continues behind closed doors. It will be now a wait-and-see process on how the Iranians react to the latest
Thanks for clearing that up,
statement
Jennifer.
by the U.S. president to pick up the phone and call him if they need to talk, and also by the Pakistani government, which is still hopeful that there is going to be a second round of talks. When, how, and under what circumstances is the question. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Mark Kimmett is a retired U.S. general and a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. He says neither the U.S. or Iran appear to be under real pressure to reach a quick agreement.
You know, I don't think either side feels that they are under a lot of pressure at this point.
Welcome, Bobby.
Even though Iran may be getting a lot of pressure from China or Moscow, I don't think, in their view, they've been doing this for 47 years, so what's their hurry here? You know, part of the United States, a lot of pressure on President Trump from the international community. He certainly
A lot of pressure on him from voters, man. He's got an election in November. He's going to get wiped out.
I think who is really looking for a near-term resolution to this are the countries most affected by the blockade. Those are the countries in Africa that need the fertilizer, and those are the countries that need the helium. They need
6 months for what, Trevor?
other assets along with the petroleums. So I think that the pressure, unfortunately, is not on either side of the negotiations. The sad part about it is the two nations that are most involved for the negotiation, the United States and Iran, are the ones most insulated from the effects of the blockade. Iran has been
Welcome, Richard. Yes, he
holding
is.
its breath for 46 years, and
Giant
there's
asshole.
nothing you can throw at it that's going to cause them to change their mind. And the United States is pretty well self-sufficient in petroleum. So I think they're going to wait to hear something from the Iranians as well.
Israel has struck military buildings it says
6
were
months
used
to open
by
the strait.
Hezbollah in southern Lebanon.
I don't. Did he say
It
that?
comes just hours after
It could
Israel's
take that
Prime
long.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
Or
issued
longer.
a statement saying he had instructed the military to
I
forcefully
mean, there's so many
attack
mines in the
Hezbollah
water now.
targets.
Iran doesn't
Earlier
remember where
on
they all
Saturday,
are.
strikes hit residential buildings in the city of Khayyam. On Thursday, U.S. President Trump announced a 3-week extension
Trump doesn't buy
to a
gas or
ceasefire
food, so he doesn't
agreed
give a
this
shit.
month, which has been repeatedly violated. Al Jazeera's Heidi Pett has the latest from Tyre.
It feels like there has been some kind of escalation on the ground today. There have been continued Israeli military activity throughout the 10 days of the initial ceasefire, which has now been extended for 3 weeks, whether that was airstrikes, whether it was the demolition of buildings and homes inside the part of southern Lebanon that it is occupying, or whether it's artillery shelling. But The sound of those demolitions was near constant today. We had artillery shelling on the towns and villages behind me, which was coming every 6 to 7 seconds for a little while earlier this evening. And there was a large concentration of Israeli airstrikes in villages and suburbs to the north of the city of Bint Jbeil. Now we know that those killed an additional 2 people.
Just loves his war crimes,
the official
doesn't
number
he?
now
Jesus.
is 6 people killed across South Lebanon today, and they injured 17 people. And that was before the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he was instructing the military to pursue Hezbollah targets with force. He'd previously, in a statement earlier, said that, and almost bragged, that the Israeli military continue to have full freedom of military action in Lebanon despite the ceasefire. And we've also seen Hezbollah firing back quite consistently. They launched explosive drones as well as rockets at Israeli troops who are in that occupation zone inside southern Lebanon, but also across the border at some settlements in northern Israel in the area of Mizgab Am.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. The U.S. president has called off a planned trip to Pakistan by his envoys in the latest setback to efforts to end the war with Iran. Donald Trump says Washington also received a revised peace proposal from Tehran, but that it's already been rejected. An Iranian delegation led by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is in Oman for talks on regional development.
I guess he's going to show up at the correspondence dinner tonight, considering there's no comedians there to take the piss.
End the war with the U.S. and Israel.
First time he'll be there.
Mali's government has imposed a 72-hour curfew in the capital, Bamako, after coordinated attacks on military sites across the country. The army says it's battling armed groups in several locations, including Kati, near the junta leader's residence. Tuareg rebels say they've seized the northern city of Kidal as violence spreads. The African Union has condemned the attacks, warning civilians are at serious risk. Nicholas Hawk has more.
Outside the military barracks in Kati, on the outskirts of the capital, warplanes circle overhead. This is where Mali's junta leadership is based. Below, hundreds of armed fighters linked to Al-Qaeda try to storm the barracks on motorcycles. In Sevare, around 600 kilometers northeast of Bamako, gunfire echoes near a camp used by Russia's Africa Corps mercenaries. In the northern town of Gao, Tuareg fighters from the Azawad Liberation Front filmed themselves celebrating, saying they are entering the city. And in Kidal, deep in Mali's far north, close to the Algerian border, they claim to have taken over the governor's residence. Armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and Tuareg fighters who were once fighting each other appear to be fighting together against a common enemy, Mali's army and the Russian mercenaries supporting them.
We are here in the city of Kidal, and we have returned once again. We informed the Malayan army that we have formations in Gao, Bamako, and everywhere the enemy is present. This vehicle was seized from a house where the governor of the Kidal region had been staying, following clashes with army elements there. We will take control of all cities and pursue the oppressors.
What he calls the oppressors are Mali's armed forces, around 40,000 soldiers trying to secure a country twice the size of France. They're fighting Tuareg rebels, Al-Qaeda-linked groups, and ISIL affiliates. Overwhelmed and overstretched, they appear to have been caught off guard by Saturday's attacks. In a statement, the army tried to reassure the public.
Several terrorists were neutralized.
Yeah, I don't like that Israel has nukes.
Destroyed. The operation continues. The situation is under control. The General Staff of the Armed Forces calls on the population to remain calm and show discernment. Do not relay video or propaganda messages aimed at fueling the general concern.
An eerie calm settles over parts of the capital. The sound of gunfire replaced by traffic and motorbikes. A fragile sense of normality amid the dread. When will the next attack come? Fear is feeding suspicion. Civilians are taking matters into their own hands. Suspected fighters believed to be hiding among them are hunted, beaten, even killed. A cycle of fear and violence Malians seem unable to escape from. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
Adam Magay is a political commentator specializing in the Sahel and West Africa. He says the latest attacks highlight ongoing security challenges under Mali's military government.
It is a failure. Whether you take the junta in Mali, the junta in Niger, and the junta in Burkina Faso, they have not been able to control, not to talk about eliminating the uncertainty that is still prevailing. So that is obvious. They have not achieved that. And this indicates also that the forces they are fighting are strong, and they are showing that they are able to intervene in many areas at the same time. In Mali today, they have intervened in Sévaré, in Gao, in Kidal in the north, in Bamako, in the Kati area where the president is lodging. So that is clearly a challenge that has not been addressed by the junta in Mali and elsewhere in West Africa. The reality is that last week, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mali, Abdoulaye Diop, was at a conference on peace and security, a forum, an important forum in Dakar, Senegal. And what he said was an indication of the uncertainty. He said that there are outside forces that are intervening against us. Somehow, we may have been thinking about the Ukrainians,
well, fuck baby Trevor.
But also the French. They are not happy.
They'll just have to get over it.
Their former colonial powers, nations that they used to control, Niger, Mali, and Burkina, leaving its control. So this is a situation that is very dire. And for the minister of Mali to come even to this conference on peace and security in Dakar, maybe a signal that they are afraid for themselves, that they need to open up beyond their IOS, the three countries of Sahelian nations that have set up their bloc in order to be away from ECOWAS, in an indication that they want to reach out to ECOWAS.
3 people have been killed in a gun battle between rival ethnic groups in India's northeastern Manipur state. Security forces have been setting up checkpoints and patrolling the streets of the regional capital, Imphal. Manipur has been tense since violence broke out between the Meitei and Kuki-Zo communities 3 years ago. More than 250 people have been killed in the unrest, driven by disputes over land and jobs. An Israeli strike in northern Gaza has killed 1 Palestinian and wounded several others. An Israeli drone struck a mobile charging point in the Sheikh Radwan neighborhood in Gaza City. It follows a separate airstrike earlier on Sunday that killed a pregnant Palestinian woman and her 2 children. Palestinians have been casting ballots in municipal elections across the occupied West Bank and in part of central Gaza. The vote in the Strip is the first there for more than 2 decades. It's part of an attempt by the Palestinian Authority to link the territories politically, but turnout has been low. Noor O'Day spoke to voters from Al-Baray in the occupied West Bank.
Nearly 1.1 million Palestinians are back to the ballot boxes to choose their local councils for the first time since the onset of the genocide. The Palestinian Authority says these elections prove its commitment to internationally demanded reforms, which included changes to the election law that alienated nearly all Palestinian factions. There are no individual candidates, but rather they file as a list under a system of proportional representation. Most electoral lists filed as independent, promising little more than integrity and perseverance. In Al-Biri, Ramallah's twin city, 3 lists are competing.
May God help the best to win. What's most important is the interest of the city.
But more than half of the occupied West Bank's 420 councils have no competing lists. That includes Ramallah, where the Palestinian government is based. Only 1 list is registered with official backing. These elections are also happening under Israeli occupation, which has previously detained elected mayors and other officials without charge.
Is there anywhere over there that isn't under Israeli occupation?
Several councils have been detained and intimidated by Israeli occupation forces before the elections. In Gaza, Israel barred the entry of the ballot boxes. The election committee improvised, fashioning these transparent, locally made boxes so that 70,000 people in Deir el-Balah can cast their ballots for the first time in 2 decades.
We have a right to choose who represents us in Deir el-Balah. I hope
yes,
they live up to our
do.
Hopes overwhelmed by a crushing reality.
مين ما كان
Whoever wins in the local council will not have a magic wand. They will need help.
Political parties usually consider local elections as a barometer of their popularity. This time, their presence is conveniently obscure. Nuradi Al Jazeera, El Bire, Palestine.
Hungary's outgoing Prime Minister Viktor Orban is giving up his seat in parliament after his party's landslide election defeat this month. Orban lost to pro-EU conservative Peter Magyar in a vote on April 12th, marking an end to his 16 years in power. The nationalist leader says his focus will now shift to rebuilding his political movement. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's ready to hold peace talks with Russia in Azerbaijan if Moscow is ready. Zelensky discussed the idea with Azerbaijan's president during a visit to the country. Previous talks had been mediated by the United States but have stalled in recent months. A Ukrainian drone has struck an apartment building in the western Russian city of Belgorod. Local authorities say it caused a fire on one of the building's upper floors. The city has been the target of frequent Ukrainian attacks. Earlier, at least 5 people were killed in eastern Ukraine in the latest wave of Russian strikes. Ukraine says Russia launched more than 600 drones and 47 missiles overnight on Thursday. At least 30 people were wounded. Sunday will mark 40 years since the world's worst nuclear disaster in Chernobyl, Ukraine. But fears are growing about local efforts to keep it secure after a Russian drone struck the protective shell over the damaged reactor last year. Audrey McAlpine has more from inside the Chernobyl
That's all we need is a
zone.
nuclear disaster on top of everything
This is
else.
the Geiger counter. You can hear the radiation level increasing. We're on our way now into Pripyat town, where the workers of Chernobyl used to live. And on the outskirts, this Geiger counter, which measures nuclear radiation levels, was up at around 7. To give you an idea, the normal is about 0.3. 40 years ago, this was the most dangerous place on Earth, the Chernobyl exclusion zone. So what is normal radiation levels?
Normal radiation here in Ukraine, it's 0.30 microsieverts per hour.
And what is this one here?
1 microsievert already. So it's almost 3 times more, but we need to find exact point. Oh, you see 10 microsieverts, 8. So more than 30 times is the normal.
Right, Trevor? Who knows?
Following the nuclear disaster, the entire city was evacuated, leaving thousands of apartments abandoned like this one. Decades on, nature is reclaiming this city, even in the wake of one of the world's worst nuclear disasters. We're on our way now to see reactor number 4 and the protective casing around it where a Russian drone hit last year. You don't need to be a nuclear physicist to understand the risk here. Behind me is the new safe confinement, a more than $2 billion structure built to seal reactor number 4 and the protective Soviet sarcophagus. You could fit the Statue of Liberty inside it. It's meant to last 100 years, to withstand the most extreme temperatures and natural disasters, but it wasn't built to withstand a war. Last year, a drone tore through the protective shell, leaving a hole about the size of an SUV. Firefighters spent 3 weeks putting out that fire and poked 300 holes into the shell to reach it. Now, repairing it won't be quick or cheap. It's
How are those firefighters doing
an
now?
estimated 500 million euros, but only a fraction of that money has been raised. And without those repairs, the integrity of the structure and the radioactive material it holds is at risk.
Perfect.
The main risk that this drone caused is that it damaged the confinement itself, and now it cannot be used for its purpose. It's not carrying out all the safety functions that it was designed for.
And do you personally worry about its repair?
Конечно. Yes, of course.
40 years on, Chernobyl isn't just history anymore. A place that was once built to contain the past is now being tested by the present. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Chernobyl.
Our coverage of developments out of Iran, the U.S., and Lebanon continues after Inside Story. Stay with us.
My name is Darine Abougaida. I'm a presenter at Al Jazeera English. I think journalism chose me. Growing up with a Palestinian father and a Lebanese mother who both didn't live in their respective homelands, we were watching the news all the time, so I think it was a natural calling for me. I'm motivated to tell the stories of people who are fighting for justice, who are fighting for equality, and who are fighting for dignity. This is why I do what I do. When I talk to people on the ground that are being directly affected by decisions made in world capitals. So a family that's simply trying to get by, a father who's trying to feed his children, a mother who's trying to care for her children. These are the interviews that really stand out for me. The human story is really the DNA of Al Jazeera. It's the heartbeat of the channel. We go to places that are often unreported. That's what makes Al Jazeera so unique.
Divisions widen within NATO. US President Donald Trump is furious after a refusal by European member states to join the Iran war. Reports say he's considering measures against the UK and Spain. So how serious is the rift for the future of the military alliance? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bowles. NATO's not formally at war, but internal conflict within the military alliance is probably the most serious since its foundation 77 years ago. At the centre is US President Donald Trump, furious at NATO's members' refusal to join the Iran war.
Fuck Trump.
Reuters
Always
is reporting
furious
that a
ass.
Pentagon memo suggests he's planning
Fucking
to
orange
punish some
weirdo.
members, particularly the UK and Spain. All this comes just months after another major dispute over
Fucking
Trump's desire
phony
to
alpha
annex
male
Greenland,
bullshit.
territory belonging to NATO member Denmark. He's long complained about NATO members not paying their way at the expense of the US.
Neighbors are loud
European
today.
states are heavily involved in helping Ukraine fight Russia's invasion, the continent's biggest conflict since the Second World War. So how serious is the division within NATO, and are there long-term implications for the alliance and Europe? We'll discuss all of this with our panel of guests in a moment, but first this report from Alexandra Byers.
U.S. President Donald Trump has spent a significant portion of his time in office making it clear he's not a fan of NATO. It's a grudge that seems to be getting worse. He's been threatening to leave the decades-old military alliance since his first term.
He can't.
Trump has accused
Not without
member
Congress.
states of being freeloaders, benefiting from the might of the U.S. military, but not contributing their share. And in the last year, Trump's done more than anyone to test the alliance, even going so far as to threaten to take Greenland from Denmark, a NATO ally. But then the U.S. launched its war on Iran with Israel. Trump called on his allies to help and was infuriated when most didn't answer his call. He said
because
the
NATO's
US
a defensive
never needed
thing.
them anyways.
We spend trillions of dollars on NATO, and when we need them, which we never do, we didn't need them here either. To be honest, I was really asking.
Later,
because I
Trevor.
wanted to
Have a
see
good
what they
weekend,
did.
buddy.
We didn't
Thanks for
need them.
coming in.
Blasted the
Appreciate
hell out of Iran, and the last thing I needed was NATO stepping in our way, because they're a paper tiger.
Now, reporting from the Reuters news agency this week shows the U.S. looked into punishing those NATO members who didn't support its war. An internal Pentagon email outlines the idea of suspending Spain from the alliance. The Spanish government refused to let the U.S. launch attacks on Iran from its soil. NATO
is
says
such
there's
a
no
cuck.
way to suspend
Jesus.
or expel member states, and the Spanish prime minister has played down the threat.
The position of the Spanish government is clear: full cooperation with its allies, but always within the framework of international law.
The email also targets the UK, which has let the US use some of its air bases, but has refused to help in the Strait of Hormuz. The Pentagon brings up the option of reviewing US support for the UK's claim to the Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic. The UK and Argentina briefly went to war over the islands in 1982, and Argentina wants to reopen those negotiations. Those threats come just days before the UK's King Charles is due in Washington for a lavish state visit. As the alliance tries to weather the turbulence from Trump, it's also been working to strengthen itself internally. On paper, defense spending by member states is up dramatically. All met the target of 2% of GDP last year, compared to just 3% in 2014. And all except Spain have pledged to reach 5% of GDP by 2035. Trump can't leave NATO without congressional approval, but for many, doubts about US commitment have already weakened the alliance. EU leaders are exploring a previously obscure mutual assistance clause already within the bloc, and there's talk of strengthening a so-called European pillar of global defense. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
So the future of the NATO alliance, our subject for today's Inside Story, and for our guests who are joining us in London, Khan Ross, a former British diplomat and founder of the non-profit advisory group Independent Diplomat. In the US state of Colorado, Eli Bremer, a retired major in the US Air Force and a Republican strategist. And also in London, Pablo Calderon Martinez, head of politics and international relations at Northeastern University London, and a specialist in European affairs. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us. Let me start with you, Khan. You are a former diplomat. You also have followed international relations and the history of international relations. In your view, is this NATO's worst ever crisis?
I think without question it is. You have the most powerful country in NATO on whom, militarily at least, the alliance completely depends, saying he doesn't like NATO, attacking his allies in NATO, even threatening to invade the territory of NATO allies. It's not just the worst crisis in NATO's history, it's absolutely extraordinary what's going on. And I think the European allies, the Europeans themselves, need to draw the correct conclusions and disentangle themselves from their relationship with this presidency, with the US, which is anti-democratic, anti-human rights, led by a man who is an appalling misogynist, a racist, a danger to peace and security.
Sorry, Khan, just be clear. You were saying the European nations should themselves, as a result of what you've just said, pull out of NATO?
I think the Europeans need to be thinking about how to defend themselves without the US. I mean, what you call it, I don't know, but the EU is one vehicle for it, of course. But the Europeans themselves, particularly the most powerful countries, Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, need to be talking now about how to set up structures of mutual self-defense.
Eli, let's talk about the latest storm, because there have been a number of Trump attacks, many Trump attacks on NATO. The latest is an internal Pentagon email, and I stress this has been obtained by the Reuters news agency, suggesting that Spain be suspended, reviews the US's position on things like the Falkland Islands, which is a US territory not that far from Argentina, and removing difficult allies from key NATO posts. I mean, this is pretty unprecedented, the sort of things that are in this internal memo, if it is correct, are they not?
Well, potentially it is, but one of the things that it's important to understand is that there are a lot of memos that go around the Pentagon. So simply because there's a memo there does not mean that this is established policy. The Pentagon conducts incredible amounts of planning and contingency planning. And so it's unclear whether this was a serious memo or whether this was simply written as one set of options. With that being said, it does appear right now, given the leadership of President Trump and the cantankerous relationship that there is within NATO, that this is the type of thing that could be on the table if the relationship between the United States and NATO continues to diminish. So I would take it seriously, but I would also caution that it is unclear whether or not this is an actual set of plans or whether this was simply drafted by someone as a potential option that was never really considered.
Pablo, let's talk about exactly what is being suggested in this memo. Now, NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. This is the North Atlantic Treaty that the whole organization is based on. This was signed 77 years ago. Your understanding of this treaty, can Spain be kicked out of NATO?
Hello, Stuart. Welcome.
Well, technically speaking, no. There is no legal mechanism in
MAGA
the
runs
treaty
your daily life.
to kick
No.
any of the members out. I think there is a mechanism by which a specific
MAGA is
member can
dying.
withdraw itself from the organization, but there is no provisions, or certainly the conditions are not set out for a member to be kicked out. And I would imagine if there was any such provision, the bar would have to be a lot higher than what Spain is now doing. And yes, of course, Spain has maybe fallen outside of some of the commitments to NATO, but that's been the case for many, many countries for many, many years. So I don't think there's any real legal mechanism, any reason why Spain would be kicked out of NATO, or how it would happen is very much unclear. Having said that, there's always the option, of course, that the United States does lead the organization. It is the moral leader of the organization to a great extent. It was founded by the United States. It's the main provider of military equipment and goods and security.
We'll stand up to
NATO.
Trump.
So it would be very hard to see how
Everyone should stand up to
Spain
Trump,
would
Kinsley.
be,
The
considered a
Iranians
member
are
of
standing
NATO.
up to
Why
him.
would be in the interest of Spain to remain a member of NATO if the U.S. made it
The European
absolutely
countries
clear
will
that
stand up
Spain
to
was
him
not
too.
welcome there. But I think we're still
They're already
far away
showing
from that scenario.
some backbone.
Khan, Spain has an air
The American
base and
voters
a
need to
naval
stand up to
station
him.
in the
That's most
south
important.
of its country, which has been used in the past by the United States, where they have resources there. But this isn't the fact that's not been allowed to be used for the Iran war isn't the only problem between Spain and the Trump administration. And Prime Minister Sanchez has been very vocal in his condemnation, not just of the war on Iran, but also of the Israeli bombardment of Gaza.
Yes, I think talking about memos circulating in the Pentagon or the legality of kicking Spain out of NATO misses the point. NATO is essentially a voluntary organization. It may be based on a treaty, but if Trump chooses not to defend its members, then he can, and that will have very dramatic consequences. I think we need to be looking at the deeper issue of, do we share the values of this presidency? And it's abundantly clear that we do not. Trump is anti-democratic. He has tried to subvert democracy in his own country.
He's an
challenged
authoritarian.
the 2020 presidential elections. He whipped up a violent crowd to storm the Capitol.
He still cries
let
about the
alone
2020
his
election.
relationships with authoritarians around the world. Vice President Vance went to Hungary
He's gonna try,
to
Kinsley.
campaign for Viktor Orban, who was an authoritarian who has dismantled democracy and freedom in Hungary. What more evidence do we need that the values of Europe, of
He's still trying to
commitment
push the SAFE Act
democracy,
through, which is bullshit and dead in the
heterogeneity,
water.
tolerance, human rights are not shared in Washington right now. It's tragic. I love America and the values it used to stand for, but it does not stand for those values anymore.
Eli, you're the right
Some of us
person
still
to
stand for those values.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in what was just said, but I think it potentially goes deeper than that. There has been a rift that has been going on between Europe and America really over the last probably 3 decades, and it has been a divergence of values. And as my colleague stated, Europe has definitely got a different set of values than America does. America is actually not a democracy. It is a representative republic. And
shut
it follows
up.
the rule of law. And what we've seen now is there are countries that are heading toward a more of a pure democratic environment, which is very unstable historically. And I think I think he's correct. Europe's values are diverging from America. America has valued secure borders and a different type of freedom and intellectual freedom in the United States that Europe is now leaving from. If you look at the values of Europe today versus the values of America, it is easy to see they're diverging. And if you ponder
Do
why
we have
would
any
the US
values here
stay
anymore
in this
with
environment,
Trump?
realistically, it's I think largely because ethnically, Americans
I
have
mean, he's a
historically
rapist.
been more out of Europe than out of
He's
other
a
parts of
racist.
the world. But America has become much
He's a
more ethnically
misogynistic
diverse,
pig.
which also means that logically, America is going to start looking for allies that share its shared values. And Europe and the United States no longer share all those same values. So this is a split that I think is a few decades in the making. And if Europe and the United States continue to diverge on things like free speech and on
I know.
the
A different
importance
type
of
of freedom.
self-reliance and self-defense,
Whatever that means,
America
right,
believes
Kinsley?
that Europe should primarily defend itself. Europe has taken the position that America should primarily defend it and also prop up its economy. It's hard to see how this shift does not lead to a complete divorce between the United States and Europe.
Pablo, I mean, other NATO allies, I think all the other NATO allies believe
Thank you,
President
Sharice.
Trump's
I appreciate
war was
it.
ill-advised
Thank you very much.
and they were not consulted on the war before it took place. The fact that Spain's been singled out, there are other countries, Italy, France, big countries, who haven't done anything to help the US war effort. Is it because Prime Minister Sanchez is the most outspoken?
Yes, and I think we have to understand as well that politics.
Yeah, because
plays a
Trump
part,
doesn't like
right? There's
people
a
that
political
stand up for
calculation
themselves and defend
from
themselves
Pedro
in their
Sanchez and the
countries.
government of Spain. Pedro
It's
Sanchez
either
has
do what
emerged
Trump
as a
wants
leader,
or
shall we
else
say,
you're
who has
just
portrayed
a
himself
bad
as
person
leader
that he doesn't like.
amongst more progressives or left-wing leaders across Europe and further afield.
Such a
Just last
clown.
week, there was a meeting of left-wing progressive leaders from Latin America in Spain that was attended by the presidents of Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, amongst others. So there is a political calculation there. And Pedro Sanchez, to a great extent, is fairly comfortable playing pantomime villain to Donald Trump because it helps with his image and it supports his image of being sort of the shining light of progressive politics and left-wing politics and democratic politics, honestly, in Europe and further afield. And Donald Trump is not particularly popular in Spain, and he's not particularly popular in any other European country, I would
He isn't
venture to
popular
say.
here.
So it's a political calculation from Pedro Sanchez. I think what Pedro Sanchez is calculating here is that Donald Trump is not going to be in power forever, one would hope, right? And then when things change in the United States, the relationship can
Yeah, I
become a
saw that
little
he
bit
had to have
more
surgery
normalized as it was before.
for cancer.
I really don't think it's
They said they got
inevitable
it in
that we're
time.
seeing
I don't
a
know.
divergence of values
The Lego
between
video
Europe
says
and the
otherwise,
United
though.
States. I mean, there are
They're claiming
going
he's
to be
dying.
always differences between the political systems that we have in Spain or Europe and the US. But at the end of the day, making a distinction between democratic politics or representative Republican politics is splitting hairs here. There's democratic regions, democratic countries
Welcome, Porgy.
that share more and have more in common than any other group of countries outside of the West or the NATO alliance. So I really don't think this is necessarily a rupture in values per se, but I think politics plays a very big part. And I think both parties are playing a dangerous game, a political game that may lead and might have long-standing dangerous consequences.
Khan, Spain's been in the firing line for some time.
Are
in
we
part
cheering for
because of
cancer now?
funding, and we'll come to the funding of NATO later in the discussion. But the other country in the firing line is where you are.
Cancer,
It is the UK.
cancer.
The UK always used to be seen as the country that followed the US in many of its military plans. For example, and you were involved in this, the war in Iraq in 2003 when you were a senior diplomat at the UN Security Council. Why has Trump got this thing against the UK right now? Prime Minister Starmer described as no
Because we
Winston
won't bail him
Churchill.
out of
Now
his
it's
war.
the Falkland Islands. Remember that the
Oh,
UK
disgusting.
went after Argentina when it invaded the Falkland Islands in 1982. Why is this all coming up now? And I note that the King Charles, is about to
Welcome, Billy.
land in the US
What's going
in the
on?
coming days.
Yeah, what a fun visit that's going to be. I mean,
It's all in
I
God's
can't
plan,
wait
Sharice. You are
as
correct.
a fan of the royal family and President Trump, or rather not of either. But why Trump is picking
It's
on
going to
the
take
UK
years,
now,
Kinsley.
I don't
If
know.
our European
I mean,
allies
the
ever
UK's
trust us again,
relationship with
right?
the US
I mean,
is
why would they?
rather unusual. I hesitate to use
Even
the
if a
word
Democrat
special,
wins in a couple
but
of
the
years,
sharing of intelligence,
there's no
for
guarantee
instance,
that,
is, I don't think
even
it's
if they
equal
try to
by any
normalize
partnership
relations, is it
between
going to
the US
stick
and
for
any other
decades?
country? Maybe Israel,
knows?
perhaps, but there's a deep,
This guy's done so
deep
much
bond
damage.
of trust, particularly in the security realm. And for Trump to jeopardize that, to attack his closest ally in that regard, is truly breathtaking. And I think we need to see this for what it is. This isn't just a kind of little ripple.
It's always
in the
2 weeks
sea of
away, a couple of months away, a month away, a couple of days away.
That we have to respond to. And I think
it's always the
this
same old story,
discourse about
Porgy.
legality, who contributes what to NATO, is really missing
Trevor,
the
you're
point.
back.
Trump is an anti-democrat. There is a fundamental ideological
Does he really?
difference between the Trump people, the MAGA movement, and the values of Europeans. It goes far beyond what kind of democracy, the structures of democracy that we have.
God has a weird, fucked up sense of humor.
From the US, our colleague from there, said it right. There has been a divergence of values for some time. I've lived for many, many years in America. I'm married to an American, and I've seen it for myself.
Eli, I mean, it is interesting that this memo references the Falkland Islands and the US maybe not supporting the UK's sovereignty of the Falkland Islands, because the UK went to war over the Falkland Islands back in 1982, and it didn't invoke Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. It didn't ask the NATO allies to come and help because it was outside NATO's geographical remit, just like President Trump's war on Iran.
Good. I'm glad somebody's pissing Trump off.
Geographically speaking, you're correct, but from a functional point of view, you're incorrect. Argentina, who was the opposing side of that conflict, posed no threat directly, indirectly, or in any way, shape, or form with any member of a NATO country.
Yes, and the UK, and Eli, the UK didn't ask for any help at all. There is no precedent for the US asking for NATO to help in a conflict like this, is there?
Well, the fundamental difference is that Iran has ballistic missiles that are capable of reaching the capitals of Europe, and they've got nuclear materials, even if they can't make a full-on nuclear bomb, they can deploy dirty bombs. So Iran had stated that it had malicious intent toward the United States and its allies. It has acted on that for decades. So I think there's a fundamental difference. It's not just about geography, it's about the threat to the region. Or the threat to the alliance. And Argentina had no threat to the alliance. So that was a dispute between the UK and Argentina. Iran is of great threat to Europe. Now, Europe doesn't seem to care. And again, this is where the cultural divergence is coming out. Europe created an alliance with Russia to acquire energy. They have been working with China on technologies that could subordinate them to China, and they don't seem to care that Iran is developing nuclear weapons that could reach them. So, from the United States point of view, what President Trump is saying is that, hey, Europe, if you don't care about your own security, if you're not willing to secure yourself first, why should America spend its treasure and its blood to help your security? And that is the main question that's going to be going forward with NATO.
Well, the other main question is about the funding of NATO. Complaints about NATO allies not paying their share have been coming from the occupant of the White House for literally years. Let me read you this quote. "Free riders aggravate me." But the interesting thing is that comment, which was reported by the New York Times back in March 2016, was in fact from the president at the time, Barack Obama, not Trump. Pablo, Trump has a point here, doesn't he? Presidents have been complaining about this literally for decades.
Yeah, for sure, there is a point there, and it's a valid point that some countries have not been spending what they're committed to spend in defense over the last few years. That is very, very true. But again, I think countries are within their right to select where they spend their money, and if they're going to be receiving,
you would think that would be their first target and main target.
We need to remember as well that the budget of countries is not infinite, right? This requires political decisions. So whatever 1% of GDP you're spending on defense is 1% of GDP you're not spending building hospitals or social care or schools or whatever else you need, right? So countries are not just going to say like, oh yeah, let me just spend another few billion euros in military expenditure if they don't really think it's absolutely necessary. And I think that's the point Pedro Sanchez was making. Pedro Sanchez from Spain was saying we can still fulfill our responsibilities to NATO without necessarily having to spend more money or as much money as you want me to in defense spending. And I think that's also a valid point, right? And of course, in any partnership and in any agreement, there's going to be disagreements and there's going to be different points of view. This has been going on for a long, long time. But at the end of the day, the United States was the main architect of the NATO alliance, and the United States remains the main actor of the NATO alliance. So really it's up to them to maintain the coherence of the alliance. And I think more than an issue of expenditure, more an issue of what's being spent or what is not being spent. I think the problem for NATO and the problem within NATO is that it's lacking a clear sense of direction and a clear sense of reason of existence, right? NATO was created to fight communism during the Cold War. There's no longer communism, there's no longer Cold War, and it's been struggling for the last 30 years to really find a very reason for its own existence. Now that the defense interests between the US and Europe are diverging, we see this crisis within NATO, but I don't think necessarily has anything to do or just solely to do with who's paying what when.
Khan, I mean, NATO members have upped their spending a great deal, up 20% last year in 2025, the European members of NATO. But is there a real possibility, do you think, that President Trump could, when he goes to the NATO summit, takes place on the 7th of July this year in Ankara in Turkey, he could pull out? And however much they've increased spending in the last year, they are not ready to run their own defence because they've relied for 77 years on the US, and it takes many years to rebuild your defence arrangements.
Well, if he does pull out, Lord knows whether he will or not. The people rubbing their hands will be Vladimir Putin and Xi in China. Authoritarians, aggressive lawbreakers around the world will be delighted. I have to take up something Eli Bremer said, which is an important point. He claimed that Europeans are happy to see Iran develop nuclear weapons. That's simply not true. Europeans believe in a diplomatic solution. There was a diplomatic agreement forged by an earlier US administration, the Obama administration, that successfully restrained Iran's nuclear program. It did so peacefully, without military assault, without illegal military assault. So there is a difference right there. The US believes in military attack and military solutions. Europe believes in legality. So there we see the difference.
Thanks, Jennifer.
As for your point about whether what the consequence would be if Trump withdrew from NATO, Europeans, remember, do have substantial resources. They have hundreds of thousands of troops. They may not have some of the sophisticated capabilities the Americans have, but I think Iran and Ukraine are showing that sophisticated capabilities alone may win the battle, but they're not winning the war.
Eli, do you think it's a realistic possibility that he could try to pull out? I say try because there is legislation, and remarkably, legislation was co-sponsored by Marco Rubio, who is now his Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, one of his most loyal allies. But that says that the president can't pull out. But if he wanted, he could hollow out NATO, could he not?
I think that's an accurate assessment. I think legally pulling out would be dubious at best, but substantively pulling out would not be. And I'd like to point out that in all the discussions, it seems like there's an agreement across all three panelists here that if the U.S. were to pull out of NATO, the loser in that would be the European countries. It is unclear, I think, from the United States point of view, what benefit it gets anymore from NATO. And so that is really the subtext under which this is all taking place.
It's called soft power, you
I think because
dumbass.
of that underlying logic, the current president of the United States is looking at that and saying, what damage is done to the United States
about keeping
if they pull out of NATO?
Allegiance is strong among the countries.
Do we have a diminished military power? Do we have a problem with force projection around the world? And right now, it's hard to argue that the United States sees a substantive problem with that. However, it's clear to see that there would be a problem on the European side.
Eli Bremer, Pablo Calderon Martinez, and Khan Ross, thank you for joining us on Al Jazeera. For further analysis on this story, or to find the breadth of other material we cover, have a look at our website, aljazeera.com. As ever, we'd like to hear your views. Post on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or on X, look for us at AJ Inside Story. For now, that's it from me, James Bays, and the team here. Don't go anywhere. Al Jazeera's coverage continues in just a moment. Stay tuned.
This is a America, where people are growing restless for the conflict with Iran to come to an end.
Well, Trump's going to bail out the UAE.
Iranians to actually enforce the closure.
Everybody gets a bailout except the citizens.
No, not really.
They opened fire on
Spirit Airlines is getting a bailout. UAE is getting a bailout. We're going to do one more hour, folks.
Are in black and white. Whether
We're going to go do another shot.
to the
Be right
letter
back.
and the spirit, well, that is another matter.
This is America, every weekday on Al Jazeera.
Israeli intelligence services are often ranked among the best in the world, but sometimes things go wrong.
In the case of October 7th, the intelligence failure is much worse than in 73.
Al Jazeera World examines some of these failures and how Israel's enemies use spies to inform on their own country.
Nobody wants to talk about them openly.
Infiltration from within on Al Jazeera.
On Counting the Cost, it's being called the world's biggest ever energy crisis. But how much oil has the Iran war actually knocked off the market? Or are supply routes just being reshuffled? How high could prices go? And is the global economy sleepwalking into a recession? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
In the Oval Office, I asked President Trump about the sale of the F-35s to the Saudis.
Are these the same ones that are being used by the Israeli military?
President Trump used tariffs as a weapon. Supporters say it was worth it. It forced allies as well as rivals to take the United States more seriously. But critics argue President Trump's pay-to-play system puts a price tag on that promise.
Carlson. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with our continuing coverage of developments out of Iran, the U.S., and Lebanon. Here's what's coming up.
They offered a lot.
What did they offer?
They offered a lot, but not enough. Thank you.
President Trump cancels his envoy's visit to Pakistan for talks, saying Iran did not make a satisfactory offer. Iran's foreign minister is in Oman, but says he shared a framework with Pakistan to end the war. Israel carries out more attacks in southern Lebanon after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu orders forceful strikes, accusing Hezbollah of sabotaging peace efforts. And armed groups carried out coordinated attacks against military positions in several cities in Mali. Thank you for joining us. The U.S. president has called off a planned
You lost 20
trip
bucks,
to
Billy.
Pakistan
Sorry,
by his
can't help you out.
envoys in the latest setback to
Maybe
efforts
Trump
to
will give
end
you a
the
couple
war with
bucks.
Iran. Donald Trump canceled the visit by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner just before they were set to leave for negotiations on a potential deal. The president says Washington also received a new peace proposal from Tehran, but that it's already been rejected.
Does anybody in the chat believe that?
Gave us a paper
Raise your hand.
that should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it, within 10 minutes we got a new paper that was much better.
Not new paper,
We
huh?
talked
Are you
about-
still
we
using
talked about
fax?
They will not have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. Look, that whole deal is not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
Is the ceasefire remaining? Will you continue the ceasefire?
Haven't even thought about it yet.
Did they offer anything in return to 20 years?
Good luck getting that, Billy.
They offered a lot.
What did they offer?
They offered a lot, but not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Trump's announcement followed the departure of Iran's foreign minister from Pakistan, where he presented mediators with a potential framework for ending the conflict. Abbas Araghchi is now in Oman for discussions on regional developments. He's also held phone calls with his Turkish and Egyptian counterparts. Iranian media say he's expected to return to Islamabad before traveling on to Russia. We have correspondents covering this story for you from Tehran and from Washington, D.C., where we will begin with Manuel Rapallo. Okay, Manuel, what else did the president have to say today?
Riley, President Trump abruptly canceling this trip by his envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared
He's got the
Kushner,
IQ of a
certainly is
toddler,
casting
so
doubt on this
of course he
latest
can't
round
read.
of talks between the United States and Iran. This began with a social media post that President Trump posted on his Truth Social account, saying that the trip had been canceled. He said that it was a waste of time sending his top negotiators to meet with someone he's never even heard of. He said, quote, "We're not going to spend 15 hours in airplanes all the time going back and forth," repeating before reporters on that tarmac in Mar-a-Lago, saying that the U.S. has all the cards. But
Caroline
still
Levitt said
many
yesterday
questions unanswered here.
to the
It's
press
very important to note
that
even though
Iran had called
these
him
latest round of talks
to talk.
have stalled, it doesn't mean that the
And now
window for
Trump is claiming
diplomacy has closed. In his own
that
words,
he's waiting
President
for a
Trump
call
also
from
said
them.
that if Iran wants to talk, all they have to do is call. Now, within this next hour, we are expecting President Trump to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner here in Washington, D.C. This is traditionally more of a
Thanks, Gary.
lighthearted
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
event featuring both national and international press here in Washington, D.C. This is going to be the first time in President Trump's administration that he attends one of these White House Correspondents' Dinners, but we are expecting perhaps that he will give an update and maybe even answer some of those questions that we still have
Hope he
over
chokes
where
to
these
death on his
negotiations
dinner.
stand at the moment.
Okay, Manuel, stay with us while we bring in Al-Migdad al-Ruhaid, who's joining us from the Iranian
It's funny how he's
capital
going to
of
that dinner
Tehran,
tonight when there's no
because
comedian
Al-Migdad, the
to
foreign minister,
tear him
Abbas
down.
Araghchi, has said that he shared a
Fucking
workable
pussy.
framework to permanently end the war. That's what Iranian media is reporting, rather. Donald Trump says he's been given 2 documents by the Iranians, that the second one was much better. Do we know what's in any of these?
Nothing?
Well,
Invisible
indeed,
ink?
we don't know yet the details of these documents, but at the same time, we know that the general direction of Iranian officials to suggest
We
what
are
is
more
being
clued in
proposed,
than
being
he
shared
is.
between the United States and
His
and
own
the
generals
Iranians
are,
through the
and people are
mediator.
kicking him out of
And when
meetings so he
we,
doesn't fuck
see
shit up.
that Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, is speaking about a workable agreement or a workable framework, it seems like he suggests a long-lasting agreement rather than a short-term ceasefire. And also that the stance of the Iranians have been highlighted in the past few days. They simply stating that they will not negotiate under pressure. They will not negotiate unless this naval blockade by the United States in the Strait of Hormuz is being lifted. And also, they need trust. They need trust through their agreements and commitments between the United States and Iranians. And they do not want to repeat the same cycle of negotiations, ceasefire, and then go back to conflict. And the third one, they need the guarantees. This is what have been saying over the past few days, that they need the guarantees and long-lasting agreement rather than a short-term ceasefire. And also, at the same time, we see that the diplomacy is active. We see that Masoud Pezeshkian, president of Iran, spoke for his 5th time phone call with Prime Minister of Pakistan, insisting that the blockade over the Strait of Hormuz and also the repeating cycle of negotiation, ceasefire, and conflict is main obstacles toward building goodwill and trust between the United States and Iranians. And when we see that Donald Trump speak about better documents, that suggests that there is ongoing backdoors exchanged messages between the United States and Iranians. At the same time, we know that Abbas Araghchi flew between regional capitals, starting from Islamabad to Oman and then heading again to Islamabad and then to Moscow. And at the same time, there is the phone calls between his regional counterpart, foreign minister. So the big picture, there is a huge gap, but the active diplomacy is ongoing and things will reveal in the coming days.
Okay. Al-Migdad al-Ruhaid reporting live for us from the Iranian capital of Tehran. Al-Migdad, thank you. U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to cancel a planned delegation to Pakistan comes amid confusion over whether new talks with Iran will take place. Tehran has repeatedly denied that any direct negotiations with Washington were planned, insisting that engagement would only happen through mediators. Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed reports from Islamabad on Pakistan's effort to keep the diplomacy alive.
The barriers are being removed from here in the red zone in Islamabad, which about 2 weeks has remained a complete
No, it's not a Maine Coon,
area
Billy.
for
Just a
people.
mutt.
This is because of
She's
the
a cute mutt, though.
latest that we've heard from the U.S. president, who's announced that he's calling back his envoys. There was hope that they are going to continue this dialogue here in Islamabad with Pakistani officials, and they are going to hold talks.
Yeah, God
Although
knows
the
how long
Iranians
this
never
ceasefire is going to
confirmed
last,
that
Bill.
there will be any talks here in Islamabad.
I mean,
face to face with the Americans.
Trump doesn't seem to be in a hurry. He said he's under no pressure. Meanwhile, gas prices are going up. Prices everywhere in the stores are going up.
The Pakistanis and the Egyptians, the Pakistanis
Millions of people all around the world are suffering because of him.
Long discussion with
And he doesn't
Pakistan
care.
and headed to Muscat
doesn't
in
care.
Oman, and onwards he's expected to go to
Dakota's
Moscow.
class.
We've
Thanks,
been told
Billy.
by various diplomats that diplomacy is not dead, despite the setback that has come here. Although Islamabad has again come back to life, but it appears that the Pakistanis have not given up hope in the whole peace process. It is going to take time. We've been told that
I've given up hope.
diplomacy is
They might
not
as well
an
too.
event, but a process, and that process continues behind closed doors. It will be now.
Everybody
a
ready
wait
for
and see
$5 a gallon
process
gas?
on how the Iranians
I mean, if you're in
react to the
California, you already
latest,
have it, but
statement by the U.S. president to pick up the phone and call him if they need to talk, and also by the Pakistani government, which is still hopeful that there is going to be a second round of talks. When, how, and under what circumstances is the question. Sama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Okay, bearing all of that in mind, let's go back to Manuel Rapallo in Washington, D.C. Manuel, Al-Migdad in Tehran used the word active to describe the diplomacy that's happening. We also heard from Osama bin Javed there in Islamabad, everything that Pakistan is doing to try to keep this diplomacy alive. Where does the U.S. stand on the next steps here, and what might they look like, and is there a time frame?
Ugh.
Seems to still be quite a bit of optimism among U.S. diplomats that even though that window has narrowed, there is still very much a window for diplomacy here.
Yeah, he's fucking over a lot of countries,
an
Billy.
Event, something that could potentially be
Not just the U.S. A lot of people have it worse off than we do right now.
In the day on Saturday when he was speaking to reporters, but he fell short of giving any concrete details as to exactly what that might be. Unfortunately, we do not have
because he doesn't know. He's
or at least
fucking
not one
stupid.
that's been made publicly about when these talks might resume. But what we could reasonably expect over the course of the next few days is that a lot of the burden of passing along messages between Tehran and Washington is going to fall on third-party mediators like Pakistan. And militarily, the United States is also going to continue its naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and beyond to target any and all maritime traffic that's in any way associated with Iran. So we can continue to expect that there will be military pressure, there will be economic pressure on Iran by
Russia will try to get
that the
around
United States
sanctions
continues
and
to use as leverage
run a
in
dark
these
fleet.
negotiations. We can also
they always
expect
do anyway.
mediators to be using backdoor
These countries need oil, Billy, so
outside
they're
of the
in gas. They're going to get it from wherever they can.
Mediators like Pakistan to start employing certain diplomatic tools that might help to ensure that both sides remain at the negotiating table, or at the very least continue this dialogue. Right now, the focus that we can expect from, at least from U.S. diplomats, is taking advantage of the ongoing ceasefire to ensure that there's no escalation, to ensure that nothing can damage that fragile ceasefire that exists between the United States and Iran, and prevent a scenario where both countries with both sides could slip back into open conflict.
All right.
What the fuck?
Colleague Nick Clark spoke to Mark Kimmett. He's a retired U.S. general and a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. He says neither the U.S. or Iran appear to be in a hurry to reach an agreement, despite the ongoing blockade.
Nobody's in a
and
hurry.
talks.
And everybody's suffering.
You know, I don't think either side feels that they are under a lot of pressure at this point.
Trump should, because he has elections coming up in November.
Be getting a lot of pressure from China or Moscow. I don't think, in their view, they've been doing this for 47 years, so what's their hurry here? You know, part of the United States, a lot of pressure on President Trump from the international community. He certainly doesn't seem to be in in any hurry to do the negotiations.
Because he's never filled a gas tank in his life.
Really looking for a near-term resolution to this are the countries most affected by the blockade. Those are the countries in Africa that need the fertilizer, and those are the countries that need the helium.
Everybody's moving away from the U.S. and the dollar, Billy.
Along with the petroleums.
And I'm happy about it.
The pressure, unfortunately, is not on either side of the negotiations. It's on those that are getting the second and third order effects of the lack of negotiation.
But it's a global effect, isn't it? It's not directly the countries that need that. It's a knock-on effect around the world, especially the agricultural sector. There could be potential for disaster down the line.
Exactly right. The sad part about it is the two nations that are most involved for the negotiation, the United States and Iran, are the ones most insulated from the effects of the blockade. Iran has been holding its breath for 46 years, and there's nothing you can throw at it that's going to cause them to change their mind. And the United States is pretty well self-sufficient in petroleum, so I think they're going to wait. In petroleum, so I think they're going to wait to hear something from the Iranians as well.
All right, the pressure on the Iranian economy has been intense for a long time, and it's really ramping up now. Right. Is there a danger of pushing that too far, in the sense that at some point the Iranian leadership, wherever it is, may think, okay, well, there's no other choice but to escalate?
I think that's what the intentions of the sanctions are for in the first place. But they've demonstrated resilience in a way that most countries never would. I could only compare them to Cuba in terms of being able to withstand the sanctions. But, you know, if Iran wants to be Cuba, a third world country, they're certainly heading in the right direction.
Israel has struck military buildings it says
that regime
were used
does
by
not
Hezbollah
care.
in southern Lebanon. It comes just hours after Israel's Prime Minister
They
Benjamin
will sit around for
Netanyahu
decades and let their people starve.
He had instructed the military to forcefully attack Hezbollah targets. Earlier on Saturday, strikes hit residential buildings in the city of Hayam. On Thursday, U.S. President Trump announced a 3-week extension to a ceasefire agreed this month, which has been repeatedly violated. Al Jazeera's Heidi Pett has the latest from Tyre.
It feels like there has been some kind of escalation on the ground today. There have been continued Israeli military activity throughout the 10 days of the initial ceasefire, which has now been extended for 3 weeks, whether that was airstrikes, whether it was the demolition of buildings and homes inside the part of southern Lebanon that it is occupying, or whether it's artillery shelling. But the sound of those demolitions was near constant today. We had artillery shelling on the towns and villages behind me, which was coming every 6 to 7 seconds for a little while.
Protesters have crashed the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Concentration of Israeli
they want Hexit arrested
in
for war
villages
crimes.
And suburbs to the north of the city of Bint Jabal. Now we know that those killed an additional 2 people, so the official number now is 6 people killed across South Lebanon today, and they injured 17 people. And that was before the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he was instructing the military to pursue Hezbollah targets with force. He'd previously, in a statement earlier, said that, and almost bragged, that the Israeli military continue to have full freedom of military action in Lebanon despite the ceasefire. And we've also seen Hezbollah firing back quite consistently. They launched explosive drones as well as rockets at Israeli troops who are in that occupation zone inside southern Lebanon, but also across the border at some settlements in northern Israel in the area of Mizgab Am.
Ali Risk is a security affairs analyst and U.S. foreign policy specialist in Lebanon. He says Hezbollah wants to underscore that it has not been defeated.
Yep.
Well,
you're not going to see Hexit get arrested, sure. Well, maybe down the road. Maybe.
So, in other words,
Trump
announced that ceasefire after contacting both Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And we've had Hezbollah parliamentarians say that this ceasefire
Whiskey Pete,
doesn't
a psycho?
them.
Yeah, you got that right.
Because it was simply announced by the U.S. president, and this whole diplomatic
a religious
which
nut
Trump
job
is
psycho
launching between the Lebanese and the Israelis, where he brought together the Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors to Washington. It's been seen as an attempt to take aim at Hezbollah first and foremost, more than actually being about real peace or real calm. So I think that the ceasefire basically never existed to begin with. It was an arrangement reached between, as I said, Lebanese officials and Israeli officials to allow for these negotiations. And the number one objective of these negotiations is to dismantle and disarm Hezbollah, which Trump himself has said. When the Israelis keep carrying out violations and attacks, Hezbollah also has its own supporters, which it needs to take into consideration. And I think that Hezbollah supporters very much would be dismayed and disappointed if the Israelis continue with these attacks and these attacks go unanswered. And I also think that that's basically the Hezbollah ideology. Hezbollah's ideology is that for any Israeli attack, we're going to strike back. And I think that, and this is an important point.
They should strike back.
I think that Hezbollah wants to underscore the fact that it hasn't been defeated. Because if you remember, during the 66-day war back in 2024, because of the very painful blows inflicted on Hezbollah, everybody was saying that this organization is done, it's finished, that's it. The Israelis continue with their near daily attacks. Now, in this recent confrontation, which has been ongoing for a few weeks, I think that Hezbollah surprised many people, myself included, regarding the performance that it was able to put up. And so I think when it responds, it's trying to tell the Israelis that we're still not finished. So it's about Hezbollah's own legacy, if you would like, and its attempt to prove that it's still a formidable fighting force.
The fighting in Lebanon has killed nearly 2,500 people and displaced more than 1.2 million since the beginning of March. One of them is Huda
fuck
Kamal
Vance, the
Mansour.
couch fucker piece of shit, Billy.
Lebanon has been flattened by Israel, and she
He's an
now
asshole.
lives in a tent in Beirut. Here's her story.
It's not even his real name.
هذه المدة من صون العيطرون عيطرون اللي معروفة نقطة الصفر بيننا وبين العدو ووقت يعني طلعنا منها
It's possible, Kinsley.
رحنا طلعت معه جينا لهون على المدينة الرياضية صح استقبلونا وقاموا بوجهنا
Not that he cares, because all he believes in is America.
ظلت
That's
عيطرون
it.
حسب
That's all he
قلبنا مش
knows.
قادرين نوصل ولا قادرين نطلع له نحن ظهرنا من العيطرون تحت الصواريخ أنا ما كنت عارفة إنه شو اللي صاير إنه ضاربين 6 صواريخ وبدنا سمعت كل اللي سمعته أنا صوت المدفعي عم يضربوا على الضياع وقالوا اخلوا الضيعة نحن هون همنا هربنا طلعنا بالسيارات مثل هالعالم هربنا جرافات من مال يعني ما خلوا بيت إنه إلا ما هدوه نحن لما اجينا قلنا شهر طالعين شهر ونص من الضيعة مش مرتاحين وضاوة فيه مع إنه ما وشوب قد ما بدك وفي عائس عم بيحورينا هارب يعني مش مرتاحين فيها الخيل وعتمة
I'm sure JD knows more about the Bible and Christianity than the Pope will ever know.
عندي ابني اسمه علي عمره 9 سنين يعني اجى لهون على الجو هون مش متأقلم مثل ما كان مع اولاد ضيعته بالمدرسة ما بعرف طلع له بوجهه كثير يعني قشر وجهه حساسية وبنفس الوقت كل 3 أيام بصير عنده حالة استفراغ حالة إسهال ما في شيء يعني تغيير كثير عليه هون ما عم يتأقلم مع حدا وعلى أساس إنه عملوا اتفاق يشمل هالاتفاق إنه وقف إطلاق النار والجنوب أهل الجنوب يطلعوا على ضيعة هون بس مع الأسف يعني هذا الاتفاق ما صار يعني صرنا يعني نحن معودين مثل الكبش اللي محرق أول مرة وثاني مرة وثالث مرة يعني من كذا حرب صرنا نحن مهجرين بس على حساب مين؟ هذاك الحرب قالوا لنا على حساب غزة هذا الحرب على حساب إيران نحن ما عندنا أي استعداد نتحمل الحرب بتمنى هذا النهار يجي
So rich people can keep getting richer, Kinsley.
حلمنا اللي نحن اللي عم نتمناه الكل نرجع عيطرون لو كانت عيطرون مدمرة نتمنى هذا الشيء يعني هذا أملنا الوحيد
Mali's government has imposed a 72-hour curfew in the capital Bamako after coordinated attacks on military sites across the country. The army says it's battling armed groups in several locations, including Kati, near the junta leader's residence. Tuareg rebels say they've seized the northern city of Kidal as violence spreads. The African Union has condemned the attacks, warning that civilians are at serious risk. Nicholas Hawk has more.
Outside the military barracks in Kati, on the outskirts of the capital, warplanes circle overhead. This is where Mali's junta leadership is based. Below, hundreds of armed fighters linked to Al-Qaeda try to storm the barracks on motorcycles. In Sevare, around 600 kilometers northeast of Bamako, gunfire echoes near a camp used by Russia's Africa Corps mercenaries. In the northern town of Gao, Tuareg fighters from the Azawad Liberation Front filmed themselves celebrating, saying they are entering the city. And in Kidal, deep in Mali's far north, close to the Algerian border, they claim to have taken over the governor's residence. Armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and Tuareg fighters who were once fighting each other appear to be fighting together against a common enemy, Mali's army and the Russian mercenaries supporting them.
We are here in the city of Kidal, and we have returned once again. We informed the Malayan army that we have formations in Gao, Bamako, and everywhere the enemy is present. This vehicle was seized from a house where the governor of the Kidal region had been staying, following clashes with army elements there. We will take control of all cities and pursue the oppressors.
What he calls the oppressors are Mali's armed forces, around 40,000 soldiers trying to secure a country twice the size of France. They're fighting Tuareg rebels, Al-Qaeda-linked groups, and ISIL affiliates. Overwhelmed and overstretched, they appear to have been caught off guard by Saturday's attacks. In a statement, the army tried to reassure the public.
Several terrorists were neutralized and equipment was destroyed. The operation continues. The situation is under control. The General Staff of the Armed Forces calls on the population to remain calm and show discernment. Do not relay video or propaganda messages aimed at fueling the general concern.
An eerie calm settles over parts of the capital. The sound of gunfire replaced by traffic and motorbikes. A fragile sense of normality amid the dread. When will the next attack come? Fear is feeding suspicion. Civilians are taking matters into their own hands. Suspected fighters believed to be hiding among them are hunted, beaten, even killed. A cycle of fear and violence Malians seem unable to escape from. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
Let's take a closer look now at how Mali's political and security crisis has unfolded in recent years. In August of 2020, President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta was overthrown after months of mass protests, paving the way for military rule. Less than a year later, a second coup within the military followed, removing the interim leadership and tightening the army's grip on power. In December of 2021, Russian mercenaries were later brought in to support the military's fight against armed groups in the country. Months later, Mali then ended its long-standing security partnership with France, forcing its troops to withdraw. In January of 2024, authorities scrapped the 2015 peace deal with Tuareg rebels in the north, accusing them of failing to honor the agreement. And since September, armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda have intensified their attacks, including around the capital, Bamako. Ibrahim Yahya Ibrahim is the deputy director for the Sahel at the International Crisis Group. He says the latest attacks remain a major threat and reflect ongoing security challenges under Mali's military government.
It is hard to say that it is totally a surprise. I think we could say that it is just another dramatic episode in a series of spectacular attacks that we have witnessed in recent years by Jenim, attacking the government. So the attack is unprecedented, of course, by its magnitude, since Jenim simultaneously attacked at least 6 major urban areas, including the capital city, Bamako, the garrison town of Kati, where, the top military leaders live with their families. They attacked also Mopti and Sevare in central Mali, which are the major urban areas in central Mali, and then Gao and Timbuktu. Gao and Kidal, which are also significant cities. Now, the group's ability to coordinate simultaneous attack in these different location is really a show of force, of course, and it shows a significant, organizational sophistication, but also expanding operational reach by Jenim. You know, for a long time, jihadist groups have been operating in rural areas and peripheral zones. The fact that now they are shifting their battles to urban areas poses a major threat.
Sounds about right, Billy.
Of course, the battle for cities, as we have seen it happening in Mali, but not only in Mali, in Burkina Faso too, could be a decisive battle between the jihadists and then the governments. I have to say that since 2022, we have seen this increase of attacks targeting urban areas in both two countries, but also you could add Niger as well. You know, and since then we have seen spectacular ones. One is more spectacular than the other. You know, since last year in July, for example, we had another attack where 7 major towns were attacked at once. And then since September, we have seen Genève imposing a blockade on the capital city, Bamako, severely disrupting the supply of fuel, in particular, to the capital city. So it is not a surprise. It is not new, but it is unprecedented by its magnitude.
Now to Ghana, where the rice industry is growing, but it's struggling to find customers. Cheaper imported rice is undercutting local producers as supply outpaces demand, farmers' incomes are shrinking, and unsold stock is piling up. They're now urging the government to step in with support. Haru Mutasa reports.
Jollof rice is a spicy dish in Ghana.
I've seen that movie several times, Billy. Classic.
Mixed with tomatoes, onions, aromatic spices, and meat.
Peter Sellers,
but farmer Gladys Crow says her rice isn't selling.
The rice I harvest is still in the room, and I've not got anyone to buy it for me.
Millions
Kinsley,
of tons
don't
of
tell
locally
Trump
grown rice
that they have
are
all
sitting
those
in
minerals.
warehouses and on farms. Growers say they can't compete with imports, in part because some consumers think foreign goods are better.
If a bag of local rice is 600 and foreign rice is 600, people will go for the foreign rice. So they should do it in such a way that they can also input tax on the foreign rice to make that price higher than the local rice, to force people to buy the local rice.
Ghana's rice sector has increased production in recent years because of government support and private investment.
It has been about the government effort to increase production, particularly rice production. Now, that has actually gone up. Rice production domestically has gone up. However, whilst local production is going up, imports are also going up.
So while Ghanaians are still cooking up their favorite staple, farmers say the government needs to step in to make sure local rice production doesn't drop again. Haru Mutasa, Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. The U.S. president has called off a planned trip to Pakistan by his envoys in the latest setback to efforts to end the war with Iran. Donald Trump says Washington also received a revised peace proposal from Tehran, but it's already been rejected. An Iranian delegation led by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is in Oman for talks with regional developments. Earlier, the team was in Pakistan, where officials say a workable framework was presented to help end the war with the U.S. and Israel. Israel has struck military buildings it says were used by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. It comes after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu instructed the military to forcefully attack the group, despite the extension of a ceasefire in Lebanon agreed this month. The Trump administration is ramping up economic pressure on Iran, tightening sanctions alongside a naval blockade that's targeting its maritime trade. The measures are aimed at cutting off oil revenues and restricting access to global financial markets as Washington seeks to curb Tehran's nuclear ambitions. Ume Kulsum Sharif explains.
The U.S. Treasury Department has imposed sweeping sanctions on 40 shipping firms and vessels for allegedly buying and transporting Iranian crude oil. Now, the Trump administration has also imposed sanctions on an independent Chinese oil refinery in its latest pressure tactic. Now, the Hengel petrochemical refinery is considered to be one of the largest customers of Iranian crude oil and other petroleum products. Now, the U.S. Treasury Department's most aggressive sanctions so far since the war started target what is called as the shadow fleet. Now, these are essentially ships that use deceptive shipping tactics to smuggle sanctioned goods. And countries like Russia, Iran, and Venezuela rely on these shadow fleet to sell and transport their oil. Now, this underground network of aging vessels represents about 1,000 ships, accounting for about 17% of global oil fleet tankers. Now, shadow fleet falsify their location. They also change their name, their flag to evade detection. And they operate by actually turning off the ship's automatic identification system, and oil is usually transferred from smaller tankers to larger ones in international waters. Now, Iran relies on these shadow fleet to reach its Asian markets, and China is its biggest buyer, with refineries here accounting for a bulk of the purchase and account for about 1/5 of China's refinery capacity. They have evaded US sanctions. And talking of US sanctions, the latest sanctions come after a month-long exemption allowing the sale of Iranian oil at sea in the month of March. And since April 13th, the US has also imposed a naval blockade on Iranian ports.
Well, that one carrier has been out there for almost a year, 11 months now.
Of vessels
Was it the Abraham Lincoln?
of Oman and the Indian
It's ridiculous.
Ocean, a move that's angered both Iran and China.
Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian says the U.S. naval blockade is aimed at undermining public morale and increasing pressure on the country. He's urged Iranians to remain resilient as tensions continue over the blockade and stalled diplomatic efforts.
They have hit our infrastructure. They impose a blockade on us so that the people become dissatisfied, so that the current satisfaction turns into dissatisfaction. How can we
Trump
resist
did start this crap.
In the areas where they think they can sow dissatisfaction, people should not allow the ground for it to take hold at all.
Mark Feifley is the founder and president of Off the Record Strategies and a former deputy national security advisor to President George W. Bush. He says the crisis is now shaped by competing pressures between the United States, Iran, and China, making any resolution more complicated.
Like the head table
well,
has
we've moved
been
into a
evacuated.
three-part
I saw Oz Perot talking with
right now.
Mr. and Mrs. Trump, and
there's an emergency right now, guys, at the correspondence dinner.
Security folks out of there at this point.
Trump's been evacuated.
Closer, and it looks like the ballroom. I cannot see if people are still seated at their tables or not. They're quietest I've ever seen the dinner. Can we go? We understand that shots were fired.
From Washington, D.C., where the White House Correspondents Association dinner is underway. It appears as though there's been a commotion in the ballroom and the president has been removed. That's the information that we have at this time. This is the White House Correspondents Association dinner. It's the first time that the president has been attending this dinner in this term and I believe in his first term as well. We're going to replay some of the pictures for you here. You can see the president at the head table with the gold tablecloth on it. There's a bit of a commotion there, and you can see that the president is taken off the stage. These are the latest pictures we have. We're going to play it for you again and take a listen to the audio as well.
Call your shot, Charisse. Everybody else is just sitting down.
Okay, so it is difficult to tell what has happened inside the banquet room, but once again, we're showing you the latest pictures from Washington, D.C., where the president is attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He was sitting at the head table that you see on the stage with
Shots
the
were
gold
fired.
tablecloth.
C-SPAN is reporting.
When there were some loud sounds reported in the room, and then the president and the first lady who were seated at that table were removed.
Yeah, let's go in full screen here.
From this event. So the White House Correspondents' Dinner is a dinner that takes place every year in the nation's capital. Presidents generally tend to attend. This is the first time that Donald Trump has attended the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What you're seeing here are the latest pictures. What we can tell you is that the president has been moved outside of at least the banquet hall, which you're seeing in these latest pictures.
What are the odds,
At
right?
this point,
right, Charisse? He needs something
this is the
to juice
update
the
that we
election.
have for you from Washington, D.C. There appear to still be people, other people, inside the banquet room that are milling about. Many of these people are Washington correspondents for the newspapers, television networks, inside that generally tend to report on the president. There are also a number of members of the president's cabinet who were in attendance at this event. You can see at the head table, sitting beside the president and the first lady, is also the press secretary, Caroline Levitt. What we can tell you at this point is that there were loud sounds in the ballroom, and then the president was removed from the head table. But as you can see on the right side of your screen in those live pictures, there are still people who are in this banquet hall. We can bring in
Right,
Manuel
Jennifer?
Rapallo, who joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Manuel, is there anything else that you can tell us about what may have taken place inside this banquet room?
At the moment, we don't have any clear information as to exactly what it was that took place. If you are watching those live pictures of that banquet, we can tell you that this is an event that began only about 40 minutes ago. This is the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the first one that President Trump has attended
Someone might have dropped
in his
a fork.
presidency, both in his first administration and his second. What we can tell you is that there were loud sounds that were heard inside that banquet hall. The head table was evacuated, but I am looking at live pictures of that as well right now. I'm seeing that there are still people in that banquet hall at the White House still attending. It is, again, unclear exactly what it was that took place, what those sounds were that prompted the security detail there to approach the head table and escort the President of the United States and the First Lady and everyone at that head table away from the situation. We are working right now to try to figure out exactly what it was, what those sounds were. But again, it does appear as though the situation has calmed down quite a bit. You can see the security detail there behind the head table. You can still hear quite a bit of commotion there in the room. You can see the attendees, which are members of the press, both national press here in the United States and international press, holding up their phones, recording what is going on, streaming it live, presumably as well. So it is very much a high likelihood that we will have more to report here in the coming moments as to exactly what it was that led the security to take action and escort the president away from that head table.
Okay, and Manuel, we do know that while this was the first time that the U.S. president had been attending this event, there was also a number of members of his cabinet who were in attendance or who were supposed to be in attendance
that party's over.
at this event. I'm unclear if they were all moved out as well. A number of them were sitting at tables or were supposed to be sitting at tables with news organizations. I'm not sure if you have any more details on that or who else in the cabinet was there. The press secretary, Caroline Levitt, was sitting beside the First Lady at the head table, Melania Trump, who was, of course, sitting beside the president. Can you give us any more information of who we expected to be in attendance here as well from the Trump cabinet?
This is without a doubt one of the highest profile events that takes place during the year in Washington, D.C. We know that as well, along with President Trump and the First Lady Melania, White House press secretary, and senior members of the Trump cabinet were also in attendance. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was seen arriving earlier during the red carpet event. So again, this is a very high-profile event. Not only senior members of the Trump administration in attendance,
so, Ryan.
but
Welcome.
just about
You showed up at the right time.
Not to sound cliche, but anyone who's anyone in the press corps in Washington, D.C. is in attendance at this event. And again, at the moment, if you are looking at live pictures, which I am right now, you'll notice that the room itself has not been cleared. It does appear there is still, from what I can, as far as I can gather, there is still music playing in the room. So by observation alone, it does appear that the situation is under
Trump
control.
did fall.
But in moments like these, even if it was to speculate a protest, which is not an uncommon occurrence at events like
those
these, you see them
cankles
on Capitol
don't help
Hill,
when
you
you're
see
trying
them
to
at the
run.
White House. If it was the case of
Or
an
a diaper.
activist that was trying to call attention to something in particular, there is going to be security taking absolutely no risk and applying maximum caution to remove the president from anything that could be perceived as being in harm's way. The same would be true for members of the administration. And again, as you mentioned, the Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as other senior members of the Trump administration in attendance at this event, and security, Secret Service at the White
always
House,
chaos around this
taking
fucking
no
guy.
risk to make sure that everything is under control.
Manuel, stay with us. I just want to bring our viewers up to
Right,
speed
Ryan?
on what they're seeing right now. We've got two video feeds up on the screen. On the left is pictures from just a short time ago of loud sounds that were heard in the banquet hall of the White House Correspondents Association dinner, the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I think all the main
president was
suspects
sitting at the
are
head
in this
table with
chat
the
right
First
now,
Lady.
Charisse.
Loud sounds were heard in the banquet room, and he was very quickly evacuated, removed from the stage by security. On the right
possible,
side of the
Jennifer.
screen, what people are seeing is what is happening in that banquet hall
Can't
right
put it
now.
past
These are
them.
live pictures, or they were live pictures. We'll come back to them in
Could
just
be
a
a
second.
hoax to
but
try to
show
juice the
you that-
election.
That there are still people in that
Watch 'em
hall.
fall.
Now,
Watch 'em
while
fall.
you're looking at these pictures,
They can't get
of
him
the
up.
president
Get
being
up, you
moved,
fat fuck.
You can see
Boom,
how
right on the
quickly
ground.
he has moved out. You can also see how significant the security presence is around the president. Just off stage, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 security team members that are dressed like SWAT team members that have guns that were immediately surrounding the stage where the president was, and then a number of
these
other
guys are probably
security
January
officers
6ers.
that removed the president from the stage. So this was, once again, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, his wife, Melania, and the White House press secretary,
why are they worried
Caroline
about the
Leavitt,
hooker?
were seated there with the president of the White House
I
Correspondents
agree, Charisse.
Association, Weijia Jiang. They were all removed. The head table was
I
immediately
could watch him
removed
fall
when these
all
loud
day. This is
sounds
going to be on a loop.
were heard. We also know, Manuel, that there are a number of members of the president's cabinet
Took 2
that were
steps
in
and fell.
attendance at this meeting. As you mentioned, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was seen
that's
on the
awesome.
red carpet arriving earlier. This is a dinner that is normally attended not just by members of the administration, members of the Washington Press Corps. Celebrities also are generally present at this event. These are the live pictures again, where you can see that there are still people inside
Stop
this
crying,
ballroom.
Vernon.
But Manuel, bring us up
Your
to
boy
speed,
fell down.
if you could, about
We should
the
go kiss his
security
boo-boo.
that surrounds the president, obviously wherever he goes, but certainly given that there have been concerns over this president's security since his campaign.
Riley, that's absolutely right. And we're talking about one of the most secured individuals in the world, the President of the United States, in one of the buildings that is most heavily guarded
be,
in the
Kinsley.
world, which is the White House, the executive building of the U.S. government here
good for
in
content.
Washington, D.C. What I can tell you is that this is an event that began approximately 46 minutes ago at 8 p.m. local time, Washington,
it's well
D.C.
past
a
his
much
bedtime
anticipated
anyway,
event,
so
as you mentioned in your
We're gonna go back to the White House,
there,
change his diaper,
Riley,
and go
this
to
is
bed.
not just an event that's meant to celebrate the White House Correspondents Association. This is an event that draws in celebrities from all over the country and all over the world. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, has not attended one of these correspondence dinners before. This is the very first one
This
that
will be
he
his
attends.
last.
And knowing that at high-profile
Right.
events like
Everybody's
this,
like,
there's
"What's going
always
on?"
the potential for there to be some form of activism. This is something that President Trump's security does take into account. But what's concerning here is the reports of those loud noises that took place shortly before the Secret Service, or presumably the Secret Service, the security detail that came out into the main table to help escort President Trump, the First Lady, the Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, and other members of the administration that were sitting at that head table. That's the concern right now. That's the information
another
that we're
great
trying to
movie,
get more
Billy.
clarity on right now is what exactly were those loud noises. Now, again, looking at the live pictures, this is a ballroom that has not been evacuated. People who were standing, holding cell phones up, presumably live streaming what had happened, have since put away those phones. They seem to be, many of them sitting back down. They're talking amongst themselves.
That
but
could be
until
Charisse.
now, we cannot confirm what it was that took place, exactly what those sounds were. But that head table has not returned. President Trump has not returned to that head table, nor has anyone that was sitting with him prior to what took place. What we can
Well, I was
expect
going to
at this
bug out in
point
10
is
minutes,
for
but it looks like
security
I'm
to
sticking
conduct
around,
another
guys.
Sweep to make sure that there aren't any, that there isn't anything that could be perceived as a threat before the event continues to take place. But this is, again, a highly anticipated event in Washington, D.C. Certainly one of the
Maybe
most
he shit
high-profile
himself
that
and
takes
needed a
place during
distraction.
the course of the year. It draws in national press, international press, celebrities from all over the world, and, of course, senior members of any presidential administration. And one of the things that we were talking about here in the lead up to the press to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, given the fact that this is the first time that President Trump has attended one of these events, and given the past security problems, to say the least, the attempted assassination
Did two guys
of
have to
Donald
lift
Trump,
him up
security
out of the
details
chair?
have, of course, been beefed
Jesus.
up when it comes to his trips, when it comes to any sort of moving around. So you can imagine
I'll take
the
any
amount
way
of
I can get it,
excessive
Charisse.
care that the president's security detail has to take when coming to these events. But what the chatter here in Washington in anticipation of this event was to expect anything. And of course, this is to some extent not terribly surprising, but again, very concerning. What we are trying to hope right now is that whatever it was that was disruptive of this is under control. And at the moment, again, looking at those live
According to
pictures,
reporting
it
from
does
the
appear
floor
that
on
this is
C-SPAN,
a calm scene.
everybody's
But again,
being held in the
security
room.
would
They're not letting anybody
would not
leave.
Be taking any risks in making sure that any potential threat, anything that could be perceived as a threat, is taken care of.
Right. So as we await news on what that security situation was, what those
What
loud,
strength, Vernon? Shit in your pants or
noises may
falling
have
down when
been.
you try to
Manuel,
run?
I think you touched on an interesting point there, because the president has
Or
not
needing
attended
two
the White
guys to
House
lift you out of a
Correspondents
chair.
Association dinner.
Is that
At least not as
strength?
president. I do believe that he did attend in the past as a celebrity, as one of those celebrities that we mentioned joins in at this event normally, because this is a very big, as you say, who's who of Washington that takes place every year. Given all of this, and I want to remind our viewers what we're seeing. On the left side of your screen, these are the pictures of the president being removed from the dinner as those noises were heard. Again, we are unclear on what those noises were, but as you mentioned, Manny, important to note that this ballroom, this banquet room, has not been emptied out. So all of the other people who were in attendance here are still here. What could we likely expect to see as a timeline here? Do we have any indication yet, and perhaps we don't, you can let me know, whether in a situation like this the president would conceivably return?
I think that in a situation like this, especially, and certainly don't want to get ahead of myself here, but the simple fact that this room has not been evacuated, that this is such a highly anticipated event, and if this was perhaps one of President Trump's rallies where he travels around the country frequently, giving speeches, often drawing in public from all over the country to these events, in a situation where a threat might be perceived and the president is removed by his security detail, in a situation like that, the conventional wisdom is that that event would be over. But an event like this at the White House, with so much security preparation that goes into events like this, with so many high-profile guests, and again, just looking at these live pictures here, you can see people up at the podium. You can see this is a press event at the end of the day. So I am anticipating that we're going to be very shortly getting confirmation as to exactly what it was that happened. But in a situation like this, Riley, I think what we could expect is that security is going to conduct a thorough sweep of the ballroom, a thorough sweep of anything, again, that could be perceived as a threat to the president or as a threat to the event. But given that this is such a high-profile event at an already secure location, at a secure building, arguably the most secure building in the entire country, one of the most secure buildings in the entire world, we should expect that at some point the president and the rest of his guests at the head table will return.
Secure on the best of days, Manuel, and I assume on a day like today, when you have this number of guests, this number of celebrities, this number of members
Yes, we are,
of the
Ryan.
president's cabinet also in attendance, that there was still
Kinsley.
another level of
he is a
security
joke.
that probably took place. Would that be a correct assumption to make?
It would, Riley, and again, I'm like you, I'm looking at these live pictures right now. You're seeing that head table. I don't know exactly who it is that is looking at that head, at the table, but it doesn't even appear to be a security sweep. It really just seems as though they're picking up some of the tablecloth, potentially some of the napkins that may have fallen on the floor. It doesn't seem like this is being treated with,
right. Cash is getting fired.
Amount of urgency. And I just want to back up to something that you had said before, Riley, that is very true, that had escaped me. I had said that President Trump, this was the first time that he was attending a White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is the first time that he's attending as President of the United States. As you had mentioned, he had previously attended a White House Correspondents' Dinner during the Obama administration.
Okay, Manuel, I just want to jump in on you here because I'm looking at these live pictures and I wonder if you are too, but I feel like we're starting to see people leave this banquet hall. So I just want to let our viewers know what we're looking at here. Our live feed looks as though they are now emptying everybody else out of the banquet hall at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is, as Manuel was telling us, a press dinner that happens once a year. It's generally frequented by members of the DC Press Corps, from television, from newspapers. There are also a lot of celebrities that join in this event. There are also members of the presidential cabinet that generally join in this event. As Manuel was also telling us, this was the first time that President Trump had attended this dinner in his tenure as president. What you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen is from just moments ago when the president was actually rushed out of this banquet hall. Loud noises were reported. The president, the first lady, the rest of the head table, which included the press secretary Caroline Leavitt, were pushed out immediately to the side stage and moved out of this banquet hall. But then we've been watching, Manuel, for probably about the last 15 minutes or so, other people milling about.
Right, Ryan? I'd rather happen here than in a school.
That everybody else was rushed out as quickly as they rushed out the president. Now it looks like people are being moved out.
That's correct, Riley. I think we are looking at the same pictures here at this point. I'm looking at the live feed from inside the banquet hall right now. For those viewers who are just tuning in and catching up, this is an event that began approximately 56 minutes ago, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, one of the most high-profile events that takes place every year in Washington, D.C.
Oh. No.
Minutes where people were just sort of milling about, standing, using their phones to record what was going on. Here at this point that people are in an orderly fashion. This is not anything that appears to be chaotic or appears to be seen as an emergency evacuation, but people are being escorted outside of the ballroom, presumably here so that security at the White House can conduct a sweep to make sure that anything at all that could be perceived as a threat to the president or members of his cabinet or anyone inviting any one of the invitees at this event is not in any way in harm's way. But at this point, what we can see, what we can tell you is that this is a much calmer scene. Earlier, there were reports that loud noises had been heard, prompting security to move President Trump, the First Lady Melania Trump, and members of the Trump cabinet out of that head table space and away from anything, again, that could be perceived as a threat.
Okay. Manuel Rapallo, I just want to remind our viewers that what they're seeing are pictures from a short time ago. These pictures are not live. These are pictures. You
Yeah,
can see
they
the president,
did,
the
Ryan.
first lady, the White House press
Well,
secretary,
they're holding up a lot of
Caroline Leavitt,
weight.
and the president of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Jiang, at the head table there. This was before the loud noises were heard. Apologies there. I was just getting some information now from my producers that U.S. media is reporting that the president is safe, that U.S. President Trump is safe after being removed from the White House Correspondents Association dinner. But I just want to let our viewers know that these are not the live pictures that they're looking at. They can see after the president was removed the amount of security that rushed onto that stage following the president's removal. Manuel, because obviously, as we were talking about earlier, the security presence around this president is quite significant at all times, obviously because he's the president, but also because there had been other security concerns for him in the past.
That's exactly right, Riley. It's because of the precedent that had already been set at the time that there was that attempted assassination of President Trump during one of his speaking events outdoors that there is, it's reasonable to assume that the security around President Trump is very, very high.
Manuel, I'm going to jump in on you here. Manuel, we're going to go live to a press conference happening.
I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily.
Why?
And we will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, but will Trump be back?
Shared with us is that the program is going to be resuming momentarily.
Okay, so that was a brief update from the White House Correspondents Association President Weijia Jiang, who did say, Manuel, that the program was going to continue. U.S. media are reporting that the president is safe. What we don't know yet is whether the president will also be part of this continuation of events.
Not only are we still waiting to hear confirmation of whether or not the president will return to that head table, there is still the concern that we have not yet identified exactly what those reported loud noises were that were heard that prompted the president to be removed. The president and the first lady and everyone else who was sitting at that table. We don't want to add to the speculation that there was. But we are hearing unconfirmed reports at this point that it might have been someone seeking to harm the president. These are unconfirmed reports at this point. But this is, again, one of those high-profile events that does, at times, draw protesters, for example, that have. This is not uncommon in Washington, D.C. at high-profile events.
But how do the protesters get into that room?
To shout
that should
loudly,
be an absolutely secure room.
We simply, at this moment,
some
don't
rando
know
should not be allowed to get in there or be able to get in there.
Noises were heard that were heard, but we are working. I'm working right now to try to get confirmation.
Right, Billy?
As to
this
these
is all
unconfirmed reports that it may have been someone that was attempting to harm the president. But again, at the moment,
Vernon,
what
you're
we
going
can
bye-bye.
report is that this event, which began just a little over an hour ago, one of the most high-profile events in Washington, D.C., that, as you can imagine, the conventional wisdom here is that this is one of the most secure places that the president and his guests could possibly be in the world, but still, whatever it was that prompted that evacuation at this point has led for everyone in that ballroom to be escorted out, presumably so that President Trump's security detail, Secret Service, and all other members of White House security can conduct an appropriate sweep here to make sure that any and all threats or anything that could be perceived as a threat has been dealt with at this point.
Okay, Manuel, I also want to bring in Glenn Carl, who is a U.S. National Security and Foreign Policy Specialist and a former Deputy National Intelligence Officer at the National Intelligence Council. He is joining us from Boston. Mr. Carl, thank you very much for being here with us. As you're watching all of this unfold, can you elaborate for us on what Manuel is saying on just the sheer amount of security that there is around this president and what happens when an unknown event like this takes place?
Well, I don't really know what has happened, but I do know the general procedures, of course, and the security is approached from an onion perspective. There are many layers.
It's too late. He's
from
already
the
gone,
president
Jennifer.
moving outward, each of which will reinforce or increase the security of the person. So there will be immediate bodyguards, and then there will be physical surveillance. Then
We're smart enough to smell bullshit,
there will be
Charisse.
plainclothes people, and then there will be bulletproof vests, and so on. All these different layers of security. Every area will be swept physically for devices, for people, for lines of sight, well before the president ever appears. But when something happens, the first thing to do is to shield him from any line of sight and get him out of the area immediately. This is why they have the presidential limousine always nearby, which is essentially it's more than an armored car. It's this very impressive armored vehicle. And that's the first thing that you do is you shield from sight and get the person away.
And what do you make of the fact that we didn't see this banquet room evacuated right away? In fact, I think evacuated now is still sort of a strong term. It appears that a number of people have left, whether they were told to leave or whether they have not. But what would generally be the protocol be in a big crowd like this?
Yeah, I don't know where the president was with respect to the meeting venue, the hall or the dining room. But in my experience, when a VIP, a vice president or the president, or generally is going to appear somewhere, the physical space will be really locked down. And the people there will not be allowed to go in or out. In my experience, it was for almost an hour prior to in the cases that I had, vice president's arrival. And that was with American officials, not just general public. So that would seem to me to be the normal procedure. And then after some event occurs, I suppose just to avoid the chaos of many moving people, you wouldn't want a lot of people rushing for exits or milling around. And then we don't know
Thank you,
if
Carl.
something happened in the halls.
I appreciate it, man. Means a lot. Thank you.
Or not. But generally, you secure a facility from people going in or out well in advance.
Okay. Glenn Carl is a U.S. national security and foreign policy specialist. He's joining us from Boston. Stay with us, please, Mr. Carl. I just want to remind our viewers of what they're seeing on the screen. The U.S. President Donald Trump was attending the White House Correspondents Association dinner, which is an annual event that takes place in Washington, D.C. It is put on by the White House Correspondents Association. These are members of the press, television, and newspapers that typically report on the White House, report on the president. Celebrities are generally in attendance. A number of members of the president's cabinet are in attendance.
Unfortunately
and the president
not, Ryan.
was removed from the dinner after loud noises were heard. That's what you're watching here. These are not live pictures. These are pictures from a short time ago when the president, the first lady, the rest of the head table, which included the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, were moved out and off of the stage. And now you can see that there are a number of security personnel with guns pointed towards the room.
That's what they're going to claim,
securing
Charisse.
that area as the president leaves. Now, we are probably about half an hour removed from this now. We've been told U.S. media is reporting that the president is safe and that the program is going to continue, although at this point, we don't have necessarily a timeline for when
Trump
that
does get
is
free
going to
healthcare.
happen. But Mr. Carl, if I could bring you back in and just ask you, given the number of high-profile people that generally come to this event, obviously securing the president is a mammoth job. How difficult is it when you add in members of his cabinet and
People
then also
have a vile hatred for
celebrities
him,
into the
Carl.
mix?
It's a good question.
He brings it on himself
again,
with
in
his
my
rhetoric
experience,
and his
I
actions.
wasn't a Secret Service officer, so they.
I'm not saying he should be killed,
you
but
know, their protocols may.
you know,
differ
you have
from
to
my
expect
experience.
things like this.
But everything.
Fuck Trump. You got it, Ham. Welcome.
Trumps everything, and all security revolves
A
around
trans
him
person
and is a
assassinate him?
function of
Before
him,
or after their
eventually her.
surgery, Ryan?
so that even cabinet
And
members
did my tax dollars
just
pay for
become
it?
part of the process, not like there are
What do you mean,
multiple orbits of
ex-prostitute?
security, particularly, but there's one in which they will then fit or not. They may have cabinet members will have their own security.
Trump definitely did not want to be there.
But that's they coordinate.
It's a hell of a way to get out of it, though.
Actions as a function, or
I find it hard to believe that somebody was able to sneak in with a gun and take pot shots.
Let's bring Manuel Rapallo back in, who joins us from.
I mean, it's not
our
you're not
bureau
outside
in Washington D.C.
in a
Has been
field.
watching this along with us, Manuel.
You know, you're in a closed
Give
environment,
us a sense,
man.
if you could, about this
I'm
dinner
sure the Secret
and how
Service has been there
significant
in there
is
securing
that
it
the
for
president-
days
this
ahead
is
of
the first time, as we were
all
talking
this.
about, that he's attended as president. He's generally avoided this event. He
It's right
came
in Somalia.
previously as one of those celebrity guests to previous White House Correspondents Association
Shithole
dinners.
countries.
But he had been avoiding this event in particular as president. This is now the first year that he's decided to come, and now we've got this incident. We're not quite sure what it is yet, that has taken place very shortly after he sat down.
That's right, Riley. As you mentioned, a very high-profile event. This is an incident that took place within the last hour when the event took place, shortly following the marching.
Well, we don't
band
know
that
for
leads
sure,
the
Carl, if it
into
was somebody
the
shooting.
ballroom of the
But,
Washington
yeah,
Hilton, which
if it was,
which
how the fuck did they get in there? They didn't just
by
walk
default,
in.
The most secure location that one could be at in Washington D.C. during.
If they're
going to
claim
like
a shooter, this was some
to
sort of
talk
bullshit
about this,
setup.
The significance of the
This was
the
an inside
event
job.
itself, Riley, as you mentioned, this is the first time that President Trump is attending this event as president. He did attend once before, at least, when President Obama was president of the United States, and there was a very famous exchange between the two men where President Trump was not seen very happy. This is an event that, as you mentioned, Riley, President Trump has been very reluctant in the past. So reluctant, in fact, that he has never actually attended until now, because this is an event that, at the end of the day, celebrates the freedom of press in the United States. It celebrates the White House Correspondent
Manuel, let me jump in on you here. I apologize for getting in on you here, but I want to give our viewers some new reporting that we can tell them. We can tell them that 5 shots were fired at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. The suspected gunman was not inside this ballroom. Apparently, these shots were fired from outside the ballroom. We are still awaiting word on the gunman, where that might be now. There is still many unknowns, but I wanted to tell our
This
viewers
whole
that we can
hotel
confirm
should
that
have been
5
under
shots,
lockdown.
Were fired
This is
at the
bullshit.
White House Correspondents Association dinner that led to the U.S. president being removed from this dinner in very quick order.
Well, if shots were fired, this thing's
We are
over.
awaiting more confirmation of more details. We will obviously bring this to you as soon as we get it. But Manuel, that is the latest reporting that we have on what happened inside that ballroom, if you want to continue.
Riley, I had been hesitant to report that, but that is consistent with what we had been hearing. That's just information that we simply were not able to confirm from our end over here in Washington. But the same information is what I'm hearing from my end here in Washington D.C. That the sounds that were heard inside the ballroom that led to the President of the United States and the members of the head table that were evacuated by security following those noses were, in fact, gunshots. We're also hearing unconfirmed reports right now that the alleged shooter, who is how all women have been taken into custody. Cannot confirm that as of yet, but that
How
is
did a gunman
information
get
that
in that
we're,
hotel? Come on.
Hearing and
Come on.
reading right now. In terms of the significance of this event, again, we were talking about this being one of the most high-profile events that takes place yearly in Washington, D.C. We know that President Trump in the past has been very reluctant to attend these events, not out of security concerns, but rather because of the history and relationship
Fails on purpose, sure
that
is.
he has with the press in Washington.
Once again, this isn't outside in some field in Butler, PA.
A bit hostile. President Trump is notoriously
This is in a confined area.
back and forths where he refers to members of the press as fake
This whole
news.
building,
But again,
I'm
at
sure,
the
was
moment
under
right now, we
lockdown
can confirm
or
that those
attempted
sounds that
lockdown
were heard were in fact
by the Secret
gunshots
Service
that led
for
and
days.
prompted the evacuation of President Trump and members of the head table at the
Yeah,
White House
outside the ballroom,
Correspondents' Dinner
Kinsley.
at the
That's what they
Washington
said.
Hilton here
Of course, we're all
in,
just
the
speculating,
United States
so
Capitol.
who knows?
Okay, I want to bring Glenn Carl back in. He's a U.S. National Security and Foreign Policy Specialist, and he's joining us from Boston. Mr. Carl, so what we know is the shots were not fired from inside the ballroom. That could mean they were
You
from
are
outside
correct,
the building
Jennifer.
entirely. They could have been heard from some distance away, but audible enough that security felt the need to move
They
the
took your
president
lunch.
out. Does that sound conceivable to you?
Oh, it sounds very plausible the way you describe it. Sure, it would be hard
Welcome,
for me
Wilbert.
to imagine that anybody could.
Well, when you have a
secretly
30%
bring a
approval rating,
weapon,
yeah, pretty much everybody's
a
sick of you.
gun into the venue itself, because there will be metal detectors and physical checks, and it's an invitation-only list, and the people's names will have been looked at by the Secret Service. So that strikes me as very unlikely. And the description that your colleagues gave of the events fits with what we could only think is the way it could play out. Washington and America have a lot of guns floating around. So we don't know.
Mr. Carl, I apologize for jumping in on you. I want to just go to our correspondent, Chris Sheridan, who is, our producer, Chris Sheridan, who is from our Washington Bureau, who is at this event, and he can join us now. Chris, can you give us a little bit more information, please, on what's been going on there this evening, what you've seen and heard?
Yes, well, I'm standing in the ballroom right
Kinsley.
now, outside of where this happened. I was actually sitting right at the entrance where it happened. It was in the hotel, but not inside the ballroom. Of course, this is the annual Washington White House Correspondents' Dinner, which the president was in the room at the time, as well as many of his cabinet secretaries. I heard what I believe to be 5 shots. They sounded like gunshots. We could smell powder. We immediately
You could smell
dove
powder
to
in the
ground.
room?
It was directly behind me, just maybe, I couldn't tell how many feet away, but it was definitely behind the doors to the entrance to the ballroom. And as I said, many of us dove to the ground.
He's no hero,
There were
Carl.
no more shots after that. The president was taken
They'll
away
try to play it
immediately,
up,
as well
though.
as his cabinet secretaries. At the moment, we're being told that the program is going to continue, so many of us are still locked down in this room and awaiting for any updates.
How are you going to continue? You have to do all sorts of forensics here. What are you talking about?
How loud were they?
You need to look for casings. You need to look for a
They were
suspect.
very loud.
You need to look for bullet holes.
5 booms,
The fuck?
basically. Sounded like, a loud boom. As I said, it was directly behind me.
You're being
at the table
sarcastic.
I was sitting at. It's hard to believe that someone would be able to get a gun into the hotel, given that there is so much Secret Service and security here. It's highly unusual. So there are going to be a lot of questions asked if indeed that is the case.
It's hard to decipher sarcasm
We
in
are
text,
not
Carl.
sure
Sorry.
if there is anyone down at this point. We haven't been given any updates yet, but we are, of course, waiting for word on what exactly transpired here.
I want to remind our viewers that we're speaking with Chris Sheridan. He's a senior producer for Al Jazeera in Washington. Chris, can you tell me what kind of security measures you went through to get into that ballroom?
Absolutely. Well, there are protests here every year. So there was a Gaza protest here, actually. So you can't get near the hotel within maybe 100 feet of the hotel without showing your ticket. Many of the streets around the hotel are blocked.
There you go.
This
So
is
how did
normal,
gunmen get in there?
especially when the president attends. So there was local police, Secret Service, military. So it's very unusual to get by any of that. So you go through at least 2 checkpoints to get in, as well as mags, which are security screeners that screen for any devices or anything like this. Again, surprising that anyone would be able to get in with any kind of weapon, because there are at least 2 to 3 checkpoints to get in here. So again, we're still waiting for more information.
Okay, that's Al Jazeera's senior producer Chris Sheridan joining us from inside the White House Correspondents Association dinner. And if you are just joining us here on Al Jazeera, we are bringing you the breaking news from Washington, D.C., where the president has been removed from the White House Correspondents Association dinner after gunshots were heard at that event. On the left side of your screen, you're watching the president as this dinner was taking place. Our senior producer, Chris Sheridan, reports that he heard about 5 loud booms inside the ballroom, and then the president and that head table were rushed off of that stage. The president is sitting beside the First Lady, Melania Trump. You can see there that she sits quite upright. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is beside her. And now you can see a number of security guards rush in, remove the people from the head table, and appear to be securing the area. They have their guns drawn. They train them on the ballroom.
Remember when we all laughed when the Secret Service grabbed Hillary and threw her in the back of a van?
At this point, on the right side of your screen, you're looking at pictures
Same
from
energy.
outside the hotel. A significant police presence, obviously, has been set up outside there. Blocks have been cordoned off by police around this hotel. So the police are there making sure that nobody is going in and out. I want to bring back in our senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who is at the White House Correspondents' dinner for us. Chris, can you tell us, after those shots were heard, what was the directive given to the rest of you in the ballroom? Because as we were looking at the live pictures, it didn't appear that anybody was moving out very fast. And then about 15, 20 minutes later, it appeared that some people left the ballroom. What was the directive given to people in attendance?
Well, there was no directive given, but they shut the doors to the ballroom immediately, and people were told to stay put, which obviously caused a little bit of panic in the room. There were people on the floor, including myself, immediately. Again, as I pointed out, the shots that were fired were only within maybe what sounded like to be 20 to 30 feet away from where we were sitting. There was no directive given because, of course, in this situation, many people didn't believe what was happening and were suddenly catching up to people that these were indeed gunshots and not something else. Immediately, the president was taken away, as you said, and there was enough firepower in this room to stop something like this. So that was all we heard. That was it. It was immediately over. And of course, everyone was waiting for some sort of update on what was going on. But again, there was a lot of confusion and panic, as there are in many of these situations. At the moment, we are still in the ballroom. No one has left except for members of the White House staff and the president and his cabinet. They've been taken out. I did see Pete Hegseth taken out immediately. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was taken out immediately. So they have all been removed. So we are, again, waiting for an update here as to what exactly transpired. And you can imagine a room full of journalists. Everybody is asking the same questions and is curious as to how this could have happened.
I want to bring Glenn Carl back in. He's a U.S. National Security and Foreign Policy Specialist and a former Deputy National Intelligence Officer at the National Intelligence Council. He's with us from Boston. Glenn, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you being with us through this breaking news to help us understand how some of these moving pieces work. Now that we're looking at this
Shooter is dead.
Around the hotel,
I got a new theory.
Significant
Iranian.
is the police presence that happens
They'll blame Iran, and Trump will nuke Tehran
the police
tomorrow.
response that happens in conjunction with the president's security team?
Well, it's now a crime scene, really. So the
It's a
area,
good question, Kinsley.
right near where your producer was reporting from, or was attending the dinner, will be cordoned off, as well as extensive areas extending out from that to look at bullet holes and cartridges and site and all sorts of forensic investigations.
This party's over.
allusion or reference to, I think you made a reference to local police. The local police, the federal officials, the Secret Service, the Department of State Security, just to name the four that come to mind off the top of my head, all coordinate in advance and will be there for a significant period of time, even after the event has finished occurring, because it's now a crime scene. Okay. That's why I would think that the people there might be there for a little while.
Okay. Glenn Carl, thank you very much for joining us. I want to bring the viewers the Truth Social post that we now have from the U.S. president, posted just a short time ago. He's posted quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely.
He didn't write this.
The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just have to do it again. President Donald J. Trump. I want to go back to Chris Sheridan,
how do all these
producer
shooters keep
in Al
missing?
Jazeera's Washington bureau, who has
quite
been
a
with us live from inside the ballroom at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Chris, this is what we've heard, that the show will continue, or that the program will continue.
It's not.
But as the president says, and as you've been reporting, we don't have a time frame for that yet. Can you bring us inside that ballroom with you and tell us what you're seeing and hearing now, please?
Yeah, so we are still here. It appears people are leaving now, so they have allowed people to leave the ballroom. As you saw from the Truth Social post, the president has asked for the show to go on. However, it's going to be difficult to understand how that can continue in any normal fashion, given what's just happened. I just heard that they have somebody. They did take someone. Somebody has been shot, according to one security source here. However, I can't confirm whether it was the shooter or somebody else. So we'll just have to wait for more information on that. But yeah, people are still sitting here waiting for the show to continue. There's about 1,500 people in this ballroom, so it's quite a large group. And as I said, this is a group of journalists, so I don't think anyone's going to be eager to leave yet until we know what's going on.
Okay, Chris Sheridan, live for us from inside the ballroom at the White House Correspondents Association dinner, where the U.S. president has been removed after shots were fired during the program. We're looking at some new video now on the left side of your screen of some of the security that's been going on inside of that building. As we mentioned, what was first reported was that loud shots or loud sounds were heard in the ballroom, and the president was quickly removed. We now know that those were gunshots. The president has said that the shooter is apprehended. This is video you see here of security officials moving the president out from the head table. Okay. This is the video here of the president.
It is now a crime scene. Secret Service is in custody, has the person in custody. Everything's okay. One shooter, we know so far.
Okay, so you could hear people coming through saying that everything's okay, but this is the initial video that we had.
Is it really, Charisse?
The president. You can see how quickly
Reagan was shot outside. Was he shot outside that hotel?
And how quickly armed security moves in, training their guns on the ballroom, where there was concern that those shots may have been coming from. But as our Chris Sheridan has reported from inside the ballroom, they did not move people out. We saw that in the live pictures as this was unfolding, that the rest of the people in the ballroom stayed put, although Chris has also reported that members of Trump's cabinet who were here, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, were also removed in short order from this ballroom. What you're seeing on the right side of your screen is a very heavy police cordon that has now been put up in Washington, D.C. around the hotel where this event has been taking place. Chris, let's come back to you inside the ballroom if we could. It appears as though some people are leaving, although we have been told, and as you've been reporting, that the program and the president wants the program to continue, but this is now, I suspect, in the hands of law enforcement there.
It's a crime scene. Party's over.
The program is continuing. They just announced that it will continue. There were some cheers
Ow!
when that occurred because there are, of course, a lot of supporters of the president here, in addition to the journalists who are
talking
here.
about?
So the program is going to continue, but many people have left at this point. Obviously, there were a lot of people who were shaken after what happened. So I think there is sort of a feeling that we need to continue, or that the journalists need to continue to honor the
Trump
honor the
2028.
spirit of this event, which is
Fuck you, Ryan.
To support the First Amendment of the United States, which guarantees freedom of the press. And they've just announced again that they're just about to start again. And many people are still here. I would say it's about 2/3 full. So looks like there are still many people who are here. And I see members of the White House staff who are still here as well. So not
What a
everyone
time,
from the
Sharice.
White
What a
House has
time.
left.
Wow.
So we are going to see what this program will look like when it continues.
Okay, that is Chris Sheridan, Al Jazeera senior producer, reporting from inside the ballroom at the White House Correspondents Association dinner, where the president has been removed. I want to bring in Kenneth Katzman now, who's a senior fellow at the Souffin Center, and he joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Kenneth, help us understand, if you could, how significant an event like this is. We know that there's been security concerns with the president going back to his campaign.
Yeah, he was shot with a 22, wasn't he? I think.
What's happening
Or was that
here?
Lennon?
Well, thank you for having me.
Shut up,
You
Cat.
know, obviously, I'm listening
Jesus
to all the
Christ.
information coming in as you are, but this is very surprising because that's the Washington Hilton Hotel, a very large hotel right downtown D.C. there. Very heavy security presence. In fact, the people attending the dinner, I wasn't invited to the dinner, unfortunately.
I agree, Carl.
Many of the attendees could not even get to the building. They had to be dropped off blocks away and walk into the building because the security was so heavy. And
This stinks to high heaven.
metal detectors and security because the president was in attendance. So that's a requirement. So I'm very surprised that anybody with a gun that's reported to be of the size of this shooter's gun was able to get even anywhere near the event. He did not get into the room. He did not get anywhere close to Mr. Trump, but he was one floor, apparently a staircase above the ballroom. And so he had gotten into the hotel. He was not outside the hotel. He was gotten into the hotel. And people in the room heard the shots. So I'm very surprised that this shooter penetrated that deeply to get so close to this event, which is crawling with security personnel.
Okay, I want to go to Darren Porcher now, who is a former NYPD lieutenant, and he is joining us from New York. And maybe you can help us out a little bit more on this investigation and how this goes now. From here, we're seeing this huge quarantine, Darren, from outside this ballroom. Now, the president says that the shooter has been apprehended, but that probably does not mean that this is the end of this investigation, does it?
No, the investigation is just beginning, and this is an aberration more so than the norm, because I've worked on many occasions on these presidential details here in the city of New York, whether it's the United Nations or in a semblance of different locations that presidents have visited New York City and provided public appearances. one of the things that will happen prior to the president coming to the location is an advance team would come and conduct an assessment. And that assessment is going to involve a very methodical check of the building in question. They're also going to work, they meaning the Secret Service officials are going to work in tandem with local law enforcement. And I give you an example. I worked in the NYPD, and when we had the General Assembly in the United Nations, it was a collaboration of members of the, I want to say law enforcement members of the State Department, members of the NYPD, members of the FBI, and members of the Secret Service. They all worked in tandem to ensure that there was coverage. The exits and the entrances, all of the floors in the building in question would have been covered with the standing presence or a physical presence of law enforcement. And it just kind of baffles me that something of this magnitude occurred here at the Hilton Hotel, because just based on the information that I'm hearing, granted, this is tertiary information, but people had to actually, attendees to this White House Correspondents' Dinner were not able to come as close as they normally would have in the past as it relates to being dropped off. They had to be dropped off a block away, which leads me to believe that the security perimeter was wide and deep. There's an semblance of metal detectors that would have been at the location, and for the life of me, I can't understand how a gunman had the ability to penetrate the security in question that was at the location and enter the actual building and fire off a series of shots. So your first question to me was, where's this investigation stand? Granted, we have a person that's already in custody, but there's going to be an immense level of an investigation to find out who, in fact, the co-conspirators were. Was this a situation where somebody planted a firearm in the actual hotel prior to the president coming to the location? We don't know that, but the one thing I can guarantee you is the Secret Service is going to get to the bottom of this, and rest assured, they're going to find out how, in fact, this plot unraveled up to the point and including when the individual was taken into custody.
Okay, Darren Porcher, do stay with us while we recap this breaking news for our viewers. What you're seeing on your screen is a live shot from inside the White House Correspondents Association dinner, where just a short time ago, just about an hour ago, 5 shots were fired inside the ballroom. 5 shots were fired inside the ballroom where the U.S. president was attending the White House Correspondents Association dinner. He quickly rushed off the stage with his wife Melania and with other members of the head table, including the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, a number of members of the president's cabinet, including the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, were also in attendance. This is shut for a little bit for investigation. It has now opened, and now what you're looking at is people coming back into the ballroom. This is what it looks like outside of the hotel where this event is taking place. There is obviously a very significant police presence. Blocks around this hotel are now blocked off as the investigation gets underway, although U.S. media are reporting that the president is fine. The president himself has been posting on True Social. He says that there is a shooter in custody and that he has requested that the show goes on, although that will ultimately be up to law enforcement. This is the tweet from the U.S. president, or the True Social post, rather, I should say. Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. Signed off by the president there. The president of the White House Correspondents Association has said that the program will continue, although again, we don't have a timeline for that just yet. Okay, let's bring in Manuel Rapallo, who is still with us in our bureau in Washington, D.C. Manuel, because we were talking about how significant it is that the president was at this event, because this has been an event that he avoided in the past.
That's right, Riley. We'd been talking about this being a high-profile event, an event that President Trump had attended in the past, but not as President of the United States, but rather when he was seeking to one day become President of the United States, when President Obama was still in office. Right now, Riley, the question on everyone's mind, this is the Washington Hilton. This is not the first time that this event has been held at this hotel. This is the hotel where the Correspondents' Dinner is traditionally held. This is somewhere that by default becomes the most secure place in all of Washington, D.C., if not in the entire country. But again, it's a high-profile event. It's one of the most highly anticipated events of the entire year for people who live in D.C. I, of course, was not invited to that event. I was not there today. But you and I, Riley, both watching these live pictures over the course of the last hour, trying to piece together in real time what it was that prompted this evacuation. The reports of those loud bangs that we can now confirm were gunshots that took place outside of the main ballroom where the White House Correspondents' Dinner is taking place. To build on what you were saying, Riley, for those viewers who are only now catching up, those were, in fact, gunshots that were heard, those loud sounds that prompted the head table where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump were sitting along with other invitees, other members of President Trump's cabinet who were also evacuated. We can confirm that the first couple, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, are safe. President Trump has confirmed that himself via his Truth Social account. And we can confirm that people are not only being rushed back in, but that there is signs that the event will resume momentarily. That is President Trump's recommendation that the show go on, but he says that he will defer to law enforcement moving forward.
Yeah, but Glenn's not there anymore. Okay, let's, Manuel, I want to play this video for our viewers from inside the ballroom when this happened. This is what they're looking at on this.
Welcome, Michael.
Everybody's good. It is now a crime scene. Secret Service is in custody, has the person in custody. Everything's okay. One shooter, we know so far.
Okay, I want to bring Darren Porcher back in. He's a former NYPD lieutenant joining us from New York. And Darren, as our correspondent
the AP is reporting that the shooter is in custody.
This is not the first time that
or a person is in custody.
Location has hosted this event. We've been hearing about all of the security that had been set up for people before they go into this ballroom. This is an event that's not just frequented by members of the press, it's frequented by celebrities, obviously members of the president's cabinet. This is a big deal. This is something that happens every year and is a big deal every year. So walk us through, or sorry, I'm gonna hold you there, Darren, for 1 second while we go back to the event and the president, Weijia Jiang, the Correspondents'
the president's tweet. My apologies, his post on Truth Social. And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol.
Yeah, party's over, dumbasses.
He wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe.
They're not going to say that, though, Ryan. They're going to blame it on Iran.
The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to continue despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency,
he never said
we run
that.
to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are.
Right, Ryan?
I saw all of you reporting, And that's what we do. So thank God everybody is safe. And thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the White House Correspondents Association President Weijia Jiang, who was reading out a post on Truth Social that the president had just posted. Obviously,
Right,
it's been
Billy?
a very emotional night for the people who were in the ballroom.
That's
and
right,
you can
Ryan.
see that there as Weijia was speaking. The president said that law enforcement has requested that they leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. The president said he will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House briefing room. The First Lady, the Vice President, and the cabinet members and I are all in perfect condition, and we will be speaking to you in half an hour. So the program, although there had been optimism that it would continue throughout the evening, now appears to be over. I want to bring in Darren Porcher, who's a former NYPD lieutenant, joining us from New York. Darren, tell me about what this means, this consistent with protocol, having everybody now leave. What's the purpose in that?
Well, for starters, it baffles me that the president was considering to reconvene and continue to participate in this White House Correspondents' Dinner, because it's clear that the security parameter was porous. So as it relates to a gunman coming in and firing off a series of shots, it's clear that there were voids in the security matrix. Therefore, the natural order would be to terminate the event and reconvene it at a point and at a location that best suits the security parameters that would support safety. And so President Trump is going to reconvene, or I want to say reestablish an interview in 30 minutes at the White House, which is a more stable security matrix, that we have more so guarantees that we won't have a gunman or a violent encounter that would occur, because the Secret Service has that place fortified from top to bottom. When I say that place, meaning the White House.
Okay.
The Hilton Hotel is an established that's controlled by private industry. So you're somewhat at the
Yes, he
behest
is, Ryan.
of the holdings
That's where he should
of
be,
the
too.
private security proprietor in connection.
All right, guys, listen to this. I don't know if this is true, but through Drudge Report, a link to an account on X says that Caroline Leavitt earlier today called on everyone to watch tonight because Donald Trump will bring the heat and there will be shots fired. Her exact words. And it links to a video on Fox News. But I don't have X, so it's not going to play for me. So apparently Caroline Leavitt said that Trump is going to bring the heat and shots will be fired. Interesting.
Of an assassination plot in Butler, Pennsylvania. And granted, the gunman was neutralized, but at the same token, we had a void in security. We also had another instance in Florida when President Trump was on the golf course, where there was another assassination attempt. And once again, there was a porous base which allowed an individual to bring a firearm, or I want to say a long gun, to the location. And fortunately, that person was also taken into custody. No one else was hurt. But we really have to drive down and revolutionize on what best fits the bill for the prevention of these types of incidents occurring, because a presidential assassination attempt is an extreme aberration as opposed to the norm, because we in the United States, we do a phenomenal job in protecting our elected officials, and this is an aberration.
Okay, Kenneth Katzman, I want
Nothing
to
is
bring
a
you in now.
coincidence.
Thank you for staying with us
That's
from
right.
Washington, D.C. as all of these developments continue to move. We appreciate you being here. The president says that he is going to
Who knows,
speak
Billy?
in about a half an hour's time. What do you expect we might hear from him?
KKK.
Well, thank you again. I think he's mostly going to discuss his experiences there, what happened to him, why he was, what he heard, what he experienced. I don't think he's going to draw any broad conclusions.
Welcome, working bum.
We don't know about this gunman. We don't know what the motive is. We don't know who it is. I would add, the early reports from the scene from reporters who were there say the gunman was killed. Now, I don't know whether that's been overturned by subsequent information and he's in custody and not killed, but early reports suggested he'd been shot and neutralized. But I expect he's going to, again, with his
Kenneth, I'm sorry to jump in on you. I just want to point our viewers to the fact that they're seeing the president leave at this point in time. They're seeing the presidential motorcade leave the hotel on its way, we assume, back to the White House, given that is where the president says he will be speaking in half an hour. I'm sorry for jumping in on you. Please continue.
No, that's no problem. I mean, obviously the White House is much more secure. I don't think anybody expected the president to come back to this event. I think the only question was whether the White House Correspondents Association was going to try to continue it despite this after things settled down. I don't think anybody expected the president to come back. Remember, we don't know. There could be this gunman could have been setting up some other gunman later on. There could be a plot. I mean, it has to be investigated. You can't just put the president of the United States and his cabinet. Half his cabinet was in this room too. You can't put the entire U.S. government back in this situation until you've investigated exactly who this gunman is and what's going on. For all we know, he was a diversion for some other plot. For all we know, there were devices planted. Remember, this is an open hotel. This is a hotel, a commercial. Anybody could stay at this hotel. Anybody could be a guest at this hotel. It's not reserved for any type of person. This gunman, theoretically, and I'm just speculating, this gunman could have checked into this hotel 30 days ago and maybe gotten a gun into his room. Remember, there was a huge shooting in a Las Vegas hotel. We remember that somebody in Las Vegas 4 or 5 years ago got an armory up to his room.
Regime change is definitely needed, Carl.
In Las Vegas. So this person could have been a guest at this hotel 45 days ago and stayed until this event. This event was known. The date was known. I believe Mr. Trump had announced many days ago, many weeks ago, that he was attending this event. So this has to be investigated. You can't just put the president back into a situation like this. So I suspect he's going to talk to that. He's going to talk to press freedom. He's going to talk to the need to continue to go on. He said he wanted the show to go on. How we need to proceed with our events and not be intimidated and not cave into gunmen and people like this. And I suspect those are the themes he's going to hammer on in 30 minutes or so.
I wonder if he's going to shill more products now on his website.
Stay with us, please. What you're looking at now,
maybe a new watch or a coin or something.
That event.
Milk the rubes.
The U.S. president has just posted on his Truth Social account that law enforcement has requested that people leave the premises consistent with protocol. That's what Kenneth was talking about. So this investigation will take place. He says, which we will do immediately. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President, and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. He says, I have spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who was in the ballroom at the event, and he's on the phone for us once again. So, Chris, tell us what's happening there where you are.
Well, right now I'm on the main concourse of the hotel. They've asked everyone to leave the ballroom now. Most people are leaving. As you heard, the president is now doing a press conference, and they're postponed this event. He says that this will be held at another time. So I am leaving with the hundreds of people here who are attending this event, and we're exiting now. There's a lot of security here, military, police, TSA. Obviously, they're investigating what happened now, and we should get more within the next 30 minutes from the president himself. But as I said, the event has officially concluded, postponed, if you will, to another time, and we're about to get some more information.
Okay, and of course we will bring that to our viewers as soon as it happens. We will bring the address from the president to them live. In the meantime, let's bring back in Darren Porcher, who's a former NYPD lieutenant who is joining us from New York. Darren, I know that as an NYPD lieutenant, you obviously have a huge amount of experience dealing with securing many big events, including presidential visits. How difficult is it to secure a president? We were talking about this with Kenneth, sort of all the things that need to be investigated, but just in general, how difficult is it to, and now not just secure the president, but the president, his cabinet, multiple celebrities? This is a big ticket event.
It's very detailed, and I give you the example of the United Nations, or we have these presidential visits here in the city of New York quite frequently. We're pretty good at doing it because it happens so frequently here. But in a place like Washington, D.C., I would think even more so. They would even be greater resource because a lot of the president's cabinet has their own security details that live within the D.C. metropolitan area. So their ability to access personnel would be something that would be somewhat seamless, coupled with the technological innovations. We're moving more towards marrying law enforcement into technological innovations more so now than ever so in the past. So doing the walkthroughs, you'll come through the, let's say a location like the Hilton Hotel, for example. You're going to have an advanced team that walks they're going to walk every inch of that hotel. They're going to know where all the standing cameras are. And in addition to that, they're going to have the ability to access those cameras in these hotels. Let me tell you, these hotels do a phenomenal job as it relates to surveillance of their property, because a lot of it involves around, they just don't want to be sued, but based on incidents that happen concerning guests in the hotel. They want to afford them an appropriate level of protection. So when you have a VIP such as the president, coupled with his cabinet, it just magnifies 10 times over, because you not only have the video surveillance of the establishment, that being the Hilton Hotel, but the Secret Service as well as the Metropolitan Police Department are going to bring in their own semblance of resources that they can position to ensure that they can see any and everything that happens in this location. Every inch of the location is going to be covered. You're going to have dogs. You're going to have
Okay, Darren, I apologize for interrupting you. I appreciate all of this insight. It's very helpful. But I want to bring back in our senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who is at the hotel. And now we can see you finally, Chris. It's good to see you. Thank you for being with us through all of this. So please walk us through, if you could, what's happening where you are now.
Sure. I'm right outside the Capitol Hilton. You can see it behind me. You can see people leaving now. They've cleared the ballroom, so many of the people have left as a result of the postponement of this event. I want to point something out, too, which I said earlier. I was asked about security here.
Yeah.
It's important to note that over here behind me, that's Connecticut Avenue here, where people come in first. That's the first security checkpoint. But all you need there is your ticket. And then you can go inside this hotel. It's actually an active working hotel at the moment. So anyone, as long as you have a ticket, can get through that security checkpoint and into the hotel. Once you get down to the ballroom, then you have to actually go through the security check.
Right.
So medals, obviously, any guns or anything like that. So it's important to note that, because this appeared to have occurred outside of the ballroom, inside the hotel. So it is possible for someone to hide something and get into this hotel. And as you can see behind me, as I pointed out, people are leaving.
Maybe he did have to poop.
Of course, there's a lot of security here on Connecticut Avenue here at the hotel.
And just remind us, Chris, what it was
This
like
guy's probably half
inside
drunk.
that ballroom when those shots were fired. Remind us what you heard. Remind us what the immediate aftermath, the instructions were. Walk us through that.
Yeah. Well, of course, at first, I know I could tell you myself, I didn't actually quite understand what was happening, because, of course, even though we have a lot of mass shootings in this country, unless you experience one yourself, you don't actually think that it's happening to you. So when we heard the loud booms, I think everyone just kind of was shocked, sat for a second, and then immediately people started diving for the floor. I did as well. It was clear that it was gunshots. As I said, you could hear the powder, excuse me, you could smell the powder. And now we've had confirmation that there were actually gunshots. There was no information immediately available. People were frozen for, I would say, a good 10 to 15 minutes. And then eventually the White House Correspondents Association president came out, or actually there was another member who came out and said that we will get you more information. And so there was a lot of confusion and surprise as to what was going on, especially since at an event like this where it is extremely secure. There's a heavy security presence, local police, military, Secret Service. So I think that was part of people's surprise and shock that something like this could happen at an event like this.
Of course. Chris, we're seeing now these live pictures of the police cordon that has been set up outside of the hotel, the huge police presence that is now there. Are you seeing a number of police officers, of law enforcement? Are they going into the hotel?
Yeah, there's a lot of military here now and police. So yes, it's heavily secured now. So it's quite extensive. Obviously, after something like this, they're going to have an investigation. But as I said, it's an active working hotel, so there's people coming in and out of here who are actually staying here. So obviously that will undoubtedly complicate things. But yes, there's a very, very heavy police presence here. Basically, all the streets around here have been shut down. I have not actually left the security perimeter, so we're just standing outside the hotel right now, waiting to see what happens. But I guess we're going to get more information soon from the president himself.
Okay, that's Al Jazeera's senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who was inside that ballroom as these shots were fired at the White House Correspondents Association dinner where the president was removed. He's now outside that hotel giving us an update on what's happening there. Chris, thank you very much for being there and for your reporting. Let's bring Kenneth Katzman back in, who's a senior fellow at the Souffin Center and joins us from Washington, D.C. So as you're watching this all unfold, Kenneth, and there are obviously a number of questions about what happened into the lead up to this event. But help us understand what happens now. The president seems to be back at the White House giving a press conference, but obviously there's going to be a lot more than that going on behind the scenes.
Well, of course, I'm just for the purpose of your views, I'm an Iran expert. I usually am on the network talking about the Iran war. So it's a little bit of a departure for me this evening. So you'll have to excuse me. But
we appreciate you being here with us. Thank you.
The president, I think, his role is largely over. I mean, this has to be investigated. He's going to talk, as I said earlier. He's probably going to stress a number of themes about not being intimidated by violent events, not to stop speaking out, not to stop gathering, not to stop having these events. How freedom of the press is so important, and we stand up to political violence, and there needs to be an end to political violence. I'm just speculating that those are the themes he's going to hammer on, which he's hammered on after, as we noted, the previous assassination against him in Butler when he was running, and then the gunman at the golf course in Florida. But the issue is this is a very, as we've been saying, this is a very big hotel. There's a lot of guests. A lot of them could have checked in many days ago.
Sounds about right, Billy.
This could be part of a plot that's been planned a long time ago, or it could be a crazy guy who just happened to get through some checkpoints and got a gun near this ballroom. We don't know. We may not know for a long time. There's not going to be a heck of a lot to go on here. It's all going to depend on who this person that was apprehended or possibly killed is, what his background is. I'm sure they're going to talk to the president about what they know so far. They presumably know his name because they have him. They presumably know his identity. They can presumably know his social media habits and what he's been up to, who he is. The president might be briefed on that. That's all conceivable. But I think the president's role at this point is to calm the nation down and to insist that
Yes, they're
the
gonna
show
do
goes
that.
on at a later date, obviously, once this is investigated. It's very possible that the Washington Hilton will not be able to host this event anymore. It's entirely conceivable that because the president usually shows up to this event, now Mr. Trump, this is his first time at this event, but usually the presidents show up every year. And so it's totally conceivable that this event may have to be moved in the future to some more easily secured location where there are not guests who can check into the hotel, 2 weeks ago and just hide.
Right.
And I'm not saying that that's what this guy was, but that's certainly conceivable, right?
There's a lot that's going to be looked at in the aftermath
yeah.
of this, for sure. Kenneth Katzman, Senior Fellow at the Souffin Center. Once again, thank you so much for being here with us through this breaking news. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I want to give our viewers an update on what we're talking about here. The U.S. president was removed from the White House Correspondents Association dinner after shots were fired just a couple of hours ago. The president is fine. You are looking at a live shot of the podium in the press briefing room at the White House, where we are expecting an update from the U.S. president in a few minutes. He had hoped, or said he was optimistic, that the program for the White House Correspondents' dinner would go on, but law enforcement has asked everybody
that's not
to
his style,
leave the
Charisse.
ballroom where that event was taking place. The president has said he will be speaking
You
to
are
the nation in a
correct.
few minutes' time. This is video of the moment that those shots were fired. It was initially reported that loud noises were heard in the ballroom. We weren't entirely clear at the beginning on what that was, but you can see just how quickly that security teams come to the president, the First Lady, and that's the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt sitting there beside them. They cover the president, move the head table off the stage, and then you can see about half a dozen gunmen there who jump over the head table and then have their guns trained on the room. We're going to listen now to another angle of this security video.
Everybody's good. It is now a crime scene. Secret Service is in custody, has the person in custody. Everything's okay. One shooter, we know so far.
Let's bring Darren Porcher back in. He's a former NYPD lieutenant, and he is joining us from New York. So, Darren, I'm not sure if you can see all the video that we're seeing or if you have seen it, but what we do see is quite a swift response from a large number of security guards that quickly envelope the president and move him off the head table. This is very similar. We saw this in Butler, Pennsylvania, how quickly the Secret Service was on the president to move him away. When you have a situation like this, when you have an event like this that has this much security going into it, there is obviously still this huge security presence that is around the president during the event. Are there tiers to this? Because this president, and by that I mean because this president has had security issues in the past, will there be heightened security around him, or do presidents just always have maximum security all the time?
An elected president, or I should say a sitting president, has security around them at all times. So it's not as if we up the ante, we give you more personnel at some points than others. It's really dependent upon what the venue is. So of course, if you have a larger scaled venue, you're going to need more personnel. But at the same token, the threat assessment, a threat assessment is conducted prior to the actual event going off. And so when we look at the area where the alleged shooter was located, you already had a security matrix that was responsible for that area. You have a series of zones that are responsible for providing security for the president. So that was one zone in particular, meaning that hallway. So you had an assemblance of personnel that were armed with long guns and sidearms that were ensuring that that area was contained and there was no spillover. And it worked in accordance to scale, in that this was not something that manifested from the hallway onto the stage area, which would have subsequently injured or killed the president or any of the other individuals that would have been in that ballroom. So people work in tandem. When I say people, meaning law enforcement teams work in tandem, and we have great relationships with the brother and sister law enforcement agencies, whether it's the city, I should say local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies work together in unison. And there's a planning mechanism that goes in play before they have these types of events. And as I mentioned in the earlier part, there's a walkthrough which establishes the choke points and things to that effect. So it seems as if security went off without a hitch from a containment perspective, where they neutralized the shooter. But the question is, how did a firearm enter the location? And bear in mind, this is a civilian location, that being the Hilton Hotel. So as one of your earlier guests made mention, that they were still conducting business within that hotel, such as guests checking in, checking out, things to that effect. So I think that's the lens that they're going to have to look through to establish how and when a firearm was able to be transported into the location without the individual being detected up to the point where he engaged the shots.
Right. Okay, Darren Porcher, stay with us. Thank you very much. While we bring in Al Jazeera's senior producer, Chris Sheridan,
entirely
who was
possible,
in the
Peach
ballroom
Creek.
at the event, and he joins us now live from
Could be
outside
MAGA.
the hotel.
You never know.
Chris, tell us what you're seeing there now. There is obviously a huge police cordon underway. We've been seeing people leaving the hotel, leaving the ballroom. What's your understanding of what's going on there now?
Yeah, I'm right out front right now, and on Connecticut Avenue, which is the main street in front of the hotel. And as you can see, I know the quality is probably not great, but you can see there is a heavy police presence here, and people are leaving. This is an event that has up to 2,000 people, so people are still leaving right now. And of course, since it's a group of journalists, there's a lot of journalists here. They're obviously reporting on what's going on, but there is a very heavy police presence, and they are not allowing
They're all
anyone to
going to
stand
write books
around
now, too.
outside the hotel right now once you leave. So if I have to move, I apologize, but they're trying to clear the area at the moment. But sorry about that.
That's okay.
People are yelling behind me, telling us to move.
Okay, Chris, we'll let you go. We'll let you move, get somewhere else, and we'll touch back
Welcome.
in with you in a little bit so we can get some more of your insight on what happened throughout the evening. But in the meantime, we'll go back to Darren Porcher, who's a former NYPD lieutenant, and he's joining us from New York. Darren, as this goes through the investigation, or as this begins the early investigation, you mentioned, and we were talking about earlier, that the way that this is set up in zones of security, the containment actually probably did work the way that it was supposed to. But even still, what will the investigation, besides just how the gun got in the building and who brought the gun into the building, where does this investigation go from here?
They're going to conduct a backwards investigation that starts when the gunman actually engaged his firearm at the location. And then they're going to go all the way back to up to including when the initial planning phases occurred as it relates to the gunman. Of course, they're going to go through the traditional set of, looking at the cameras in the actual venue to see when this person possibly came there in the past. They're going to drive down on this individual's background, such as social media, to see if he posted a series of threats online. They're also going to look to his cell phone data to see if who he was possibly in contact with, meaning who was the last person that he made contact with before he entered into the venue. And we're also going to do, we're going to jump from camera to camera in that DC area, because that downtown area of Washington, D.C. is covered with video cameras. And so we're going to be able to map out and leapfrog from one camera to the next to see when this person actually entered the zone of Washington, D.C., I should say the downtown area of Washington, D.C., to find out how they went, how they actually traveled into the location. This is going to be something that's going to be investigated by a U.S. attorney because it's a federal offense, of course, if you have an assassination plot against a president. So more than likely, it would probably be someone such as Janine Pirro, and she's basically the she would be the assistant U.S. attorney in charge of that area of Washington, D.C. So more than likely, it would be her office that would be at the forefront of the investigational process. There's an immense level of resources at her disposal, and so it's not going to be hard for her to kind of figure out, you know, where this person came from. But one of the things that we want to drill down on is motive. We don't have to prove motive in a criminal court of law, but at the same token, the natural order of business is we want to know the why. Right. And a lot of this goes back to the early 80s when Ronald Reagan, there was an assassination attempt against Ronald Reagan by John Hinckley. That totally revolutionized how the Secret Service did protection for their protectees. It's manifested up to and including this point, whereas the security perimeters have been stellar. However, we do have a breach as it relates to what happened today.
Okay, Darren Porcher, former NYPD lieutenant, joining us from New York. Thank you for being here with us through this breaking news. I want to bring in now our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us live on the phone. Alan, we are seeing some live pictures from the White House briefing room as reporters are starting to get there for this president's briefing. You are near the White House. What do we expect to hear from the president here?
Well, of course, we simply don't know. I mean, he'll talk about whether we hear from the president. What I've actually been told is it's likely to be Caroline Leavitt who will deliver a statement, but it wouldn't surprise me if Donald Trump wanted to speak as well. I can tell you I'm in a line to go through security at the White House. It's longer than it is normally, and obviously a lot longer than you would expect on a Saturday evening. The White House is sealed off by police for about 2 blocks nearby. It's incredibly difficult to get here. Obviously, people wanting to get into the White House.
Yeah, who knows, Charisse? We'll find out soon enough.
Everything has been upended by the events of the last couple of hours as we all stand to get in.
Could be Peach Creek.
And we simply don't know how long it's going to take to get through security. Normally it's pretty quick, but obviously they're absolutely inundated by people who want to get into the White House, given the historic nature of this evening.
Yeah, obviously it's a little bit of a different situation there than it is normally, Alan. When we talk about this president and we talk about the people who are in this room as well, this was, as we've been talking about throughout the evening, the first time that Donald Trump has, as president, taken part in this dinner. How significant is it that not only the president, the first lady, and his press secretary, but also a huge number of his cabinet members were in this room as well?
Well, it's not hugely significant in that there are invites extended to everyone every time that this happens.
I suppose I mean significant that they were there when this incident happened.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Riley?
Sorry, Alan. I said I suppose I meant how significant is it that they were all there given that this incident happened?
Again, they were all there to hear the president speak. Obviously, they wanted to be seen. Many of them have been invited by members of media organizations to be there. So it's not hugely significant. It's normally a night of celebration. It's a night when the White House correspondents celebrate the awarding of scholarships. It's about raising money for those scholarships. That's what this is all about. But of course, over the years, it has grown and grown to become known in Washington, D.C. as Nerd Prom, where people show up, meet celebrities, meet those who are on TV on a regular basis, and they feel that this is a big event. In the one time that I attended, I remember Alan Rickman, the actor, coming to our table and saying he was very impressed by Al Jazeera. It's that sort of occasion. So to see this sort of thing happen, obviously it has unsettled many people, and we wait to hear what the White House has got to say about the events of the last couple of hours.
Unsettled, absolutely. Alan Fisher, we will check back with you as you continue to try to make your way through security to get into the White House ahead of this press briefing. I want to just bring our viewers up to speed. If you are just joining us here on Al Jazeera, you are with us for some breaking news out of the U.S. Capitol. U.S. President Donald Trump and members of his cabinet have been rushed out of the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C., after a gunman opened fire near where the event was being held. Secret Service agents rushed to get the president out of the building following the gunfire. The president, his wife Melania, and members of his cabinet are all safe. This is the first time that Trump has attended the dinner as president after years of boycotting the event. It draws hundreds of celebrities generally and prominent figures in media from the U.S. and around the world. The White House Correspondents Association president says that the president would like to reschedule the event in the next 30 days. This is also what the president had said in his most
covering
recent
the
Truth
press
Social
briefing?
post. Let's go back to Al
I don't know, I'm
Jazeera's
gonna stick
senior
around for a little
producer,
while,
Chris
I guess,
Sheridan,
Billy.
who was at the event. Chris, I am hoping that you have
See how
gotten
soon they do it.
somewhere that we can talk to you a little bit more about what's going on. I know it's difficult. You're being moved from the hotel. That's what law enforcement is telling people to do. Tell us what's going on there where you are now.
No, we can't,
Yeah,
Peach
well,
Creek.
they've managed to clear most of the people out from the ballroom. Obviously, this is an area here where journalists have sort of gathered outside the security perimeter. Most of the streets around the Hilton, the Washington Hilton, are closed now. As you can see, they're filled with police and security. So at the moment, it appears that they have cleared most of the people out. The situation has obviously calmed down quite a bit. And we're just waiting for this update to see what's coming next.
Remind us, Chris, take us back if you could, because I just want to get a sense of what was happening in this ballroom. It's difficult on the videos to hear the sound of the gunshots, but as you were telling us earlier, they were quite loud in the ballroom. So can you take us back to that point? What was happening when the gunshots were heard, and what happened in the immediate aftermath?
Right, well, it was right during the dinner. So they had just introduced the president and the first lady and the head table, which is the members of the board of
Thanks,
the White House
Sharice.
Correspondents Association. So basically everyone was eating
Hope you
and
made enough for
socializing.
everybody.
And suddenly, now I thought it sounded like it came from behind where we were sitting, but it was quite loud. It was an echo, quite a loud boom of at least 5 shots, which resonated throughout the ballroom just outside where we were. It's not clear exactly where it happened. As I was saying earlier, it's hard to believe that someone would have been able to get a weapon through the screening machines, the mags, and of course the situation was neutralized almost immediately, even though everyone was diving for the floor. There is a lot of military here, a lot of police, a lot of Secret Service, so it was over fairly quickly.
Did you
after the
put
shots
chocolate
were
chips in
fired.
them?
But of course, that didn't stop everyone from being in shock and confusion at the time.
Chris is bringing us up to speed on the breaking news that we are bringing you out of Washington, D.C., which is that the U.S. president was rushed out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner after shots were fired near where the ballroom where this event was taking place. You can see some video on your screen now of when that happened. You can see the security officials that are at the head table where the president had been sitting. They rushed in, moved the president out, and then, as Chris was telling us, members of the press, celebrities, members of the president's cabinet that were in this ballroom were told to stay where they were for a few minutes as the situation sort of sorted itself out. This is the video here that you can
You sharing
see,
them with your son?
of the president being moved. This is now outside the hotel where this event was taking place. A very heavy police presence has been set up. Chris was telling us that a cordon has been put around the hotel for several blocks as this investigation goes on. And this is a live look inside the White House briefing room where the U.S. president has said that he will make a statement in a couple of minutes.
What are you telling her good job for? She didn't make them for us. She made them for herself.
There's actually a number of people who were inside the ballroom
At best,
for the
we
White
get
House
to see pictures of them.
that have made their way back into this briefing room. Many of them are in their
It's all right.
tuxes
I'm
or in
fat
their
enough as it
gowns,
is.
as this is a very formal affair that normally takes place. They are expecting to hear from the President of the United States. We will, of course, bring you that information when we can. The President has said that the First Lady and the members of his cabinet are all fine and that a shooter has been apprehended. It's unclear at this point what more information we have on the shooter.
Apprehended.
This is the
Not
statement
dead,
from the president,
supposedly.
which he also says that he is spoken with representatives in charge of the event.
Nice.
And they will be rescheduling it within 30 days, but that law enforcement had requested that everybody leave the premises consistent with protocol. And so that's what
That
we
sounds
have been
like a good
We have
trade.
been seeing reporters head to the White House briefing room to hear from the president. We have seen other people who were in this event move out of the ballroom, filing down the street because, of course, there is this heavy police presence, and so no cars are allowed. So they have been walking through that area. This, one more time, is the video of the moment that those shots were heard and the president was rushed off the stage. Let's go to Darren Porcher, who joins us now from New York. He is a former NYPD lieutenant. So, Darren, we are seeing this heavy police presence now. The president has said that there is one shooter in custody. We don't have much more information about that at this point. How long does it take, generally, for law enforcement to start piecing together the picture of what happened?
It's really predicated on a multitude of different issues. One, the subject in question. If the subject in question is affording law enforcement to a series of statements that actually provide a comprehensive overview as to why they intended to commit the act that they committed, who the co-conspirators are, that makes things, that kind of speeds, that accelerates the process, because this is someone that's working with law enforcement from the perspective of possibly receiving a reduced sentence. And, just based on the natural order of criminal activity, when a person is brought in and they're under arrest, police will generally offer them a proffer agreement if this is a significant crime. When I say a proffer agreement is merely, look, you give us information, then we can afford this to the judge that would assist in getting you a lower sentence. That would speed things up. But if you don't have that information from the subject in question, you now have to rely upon the digital information that you have, as we spoke to earlier, piecing together the camera information. What do the surveillance cameras hold that can be quite telling as it relates to the incident in question? You have thousands of cameras in that area, so the Secret Service is going to extract the information from these cameras to try to assess, one, are we in a complete level of safety? Two, are there other co-conspirators? Three, is it safe to allow people to leave the venue? Because we have two focuses. We can either evacuate or shelter in place. We shelter in place when we perceive that there's an imminent threat that can cause people leaving the venue to possibly be either injured or killed. We allow people to evacuate when we feel as if that threat is not prevalent if the individuals leave the venue. As we see, is case in point, speaking to individuals that from Al Jazeera, they've actually left the venue. So this is a clear example of the evacuation strategy that's being implemented. The investigation is going to be something that's going to take a while. Granted, we have 5 shots. Fortunately, we only have one shooter, but it's still going to take a while because we want the process to be quintessential as it relates to the investigation. We don't want to leave any stone unturned, nor do we want to afford the defendant in this particular case the opportunity to get off scot-free.
Okay. Thank you very much, Darren. Thank you for being with us. We're going to go back to Al Jazeera's senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who is at the hotel, at the cordon actually there. What are you seeing in terms of police presence outside, and are they moving people away from the area in general, Chris?
Yeah.
Yes, most of the guests have left now. So
He's real good at eluding
here,
death.
of course, reporting what
Sean Hannity is saying that the gunman
right there.
rushed to.
And there is a heavy police presence here.
The shooter charged a security checkpoint set up near the entrance
and they are
to the
moving
ballroom.
people out at the moment. So, yes, there is quite a heavy presence. The streets are all blocked off around here with this is normally a very busy part of town here, but all of the streets have been blocked off and closed after this incident has occurred.
And Chris, probably worth mentioning that the assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan also took place at the Washington Hilton. Just a little bit of history there. Remind us, if you could, the security that was in place for you to get into that ballroom in the first place.
Right. Sorry for my hand. Apologies.
All good.
Yes, that's right. So in order to get in here, because there are protesters here every year, this year there was a Gaza protest outside. And if the president is coming, obviously the security is quite heavy. The streets are blocked off around the hotel. You can't actually drive into the hotel after a certain time, within a few hours of the president arriving. So you have to actually walk up the street and go through one check, which is simply showing your ticket. But that allows you onto the premises and actually can get you into the hotel. The ballroom is downstairs, so the guests stay upstairs for the most part. The ballrooms and the major sort of rooms where they hold events are downstairs. So you have to go down a couple flights of stairs, an escalator to get down there. And there are magnetometers there. That's where you get checked in, where you have to obviously remove your cell phones and your wallets and everything like you do at airports. That's a TSA, airports security style screening, but it's all, of course, there are military and Secret Service there to watch that happen. When the shots occurred, it appeared that they were coming from inside the hotel. It was definitely not outside. So that they echoed off the walls, obviously. But as I said earlier, it is possible that someone could have walked in.
There was the shooter. They had him on the ground.
With simply a ticket to get into the actual hotel.
Okay, Chris, I apologize. I want to jump in on you here for a second because we have some new video to show our viewers, which appears to be a suspect on the ground in the hotel in a hallway. There's a number of security people there. There appears to be some yellow police tape that's been put up as well. This is a new video that we have coming in. Chris, I apologize for cutting in on you there. We are also awaiting an address by the President of the United States. What you can see in the top corner of your screen is a live picture of the White House press briefing room, where there are a number of reporters have gathered and where the president has said he will be making a statement shortly after he was rushed out of the White House Correspondents Association dinner after gunshots were fired near the ballroom where that was taking place. We have been given a few-minute warning for the president. We will, of course, bring that to you live when we get it. Chris, apologies for jumping in on you there. I wanted to give our viewers this new video.
You're right,
please
Billy.
continue where you were on the security here. So you could get into the hotel, but when it came to getting into the ballroom, the security was a bit
That's
heavy.
what happens when you have 10-year-old kids make your ammunition.
And it's always like that for obvious reasons, because the president, the first lady, the cabinet secretaries, many cabinet secretaries attend this event, White House staff, State Department officials and staff. So it's always like that. So it's hard, as I have said before, it's hard to believe that someone would have been able to walk back close to the ballroom with a weapon. But it did appear that the shots were coming from down on the ballroom level, which was the most surprising part. We don't know yet where that was, but whether they actually were able to get through security in any way, but it was very brief when it did happen. As I have said earlier, there was what appeared to be 5 shots that were fired. They were very loud and they echoed through the ballroom, and of course that's what caused everyone to hit the floor.
Okay. Chris Sheridan, senior producer for Al Jazeera's Washington Bureau, reporting live for us from inside the ballroom and now from outside the hotel as law enforcement moves people out and away. Chris, we appreciate you being with us. Thank you for staying with us. I just want to remind our viewers of this new video that they're seeing. It appears to be a person, perhaps the suspect, on the ground, surrounded by law enforcement personnel. We see yellow police tape also set up. The president has said that the shooter is in custody. It's unclear if these are the same person, but this is new video that we are getting from inside the hotel. You are seeing in the top corner of your screen a live shot of the White House press briefing room as reporters there and us here await a message from the U.S. president. He had posted on True Social that he wanted to see that or wanted to give a speech rather. And then in the bottom corner of your screen, you are seeing the video from the moment the president was rushed out after those 5 loud bangs were heard and security personnel rushed the president, the first lady, other members of the head table off of that stage. And then everybody else, as Chris Sheridan has been reporting, was told to shelter in place for a little bit inside that ballroom. We had noted after this happened that people were not being moved out of the ballroom, and our law enforcement experts have been telling us that that is something that happens. Either you shelter in place or you evacuate people depending on where the perceived threat is. And due to the fact that it appeared to be outside of the hotel, Darren Porcher, if you could come back in with us, former NYPD lieutenant joining us from New York, this is what we were talking about, that there's kind of two options here when this happens. You either tell people to stay where they are, or you move people out, depending on where you think that threat is. So does what happened here, what Chris has been telling us, obviously tracks with that?
Yes, you're accurate in that they allowed people to evacuate because there was not a threat that would have caused a serious injury or death to the people as they were leaving the location. And I give you an example of when you would have people sheltering in place. If you had a gunman that was at a window that was firing outside, the natural order would be to shelter in place because that gunman has the propensity to injure or harm people that are exiting the location. But in this particular case, we have
another magic
a gunman
ear
that's been neutralized inside. So based on that gunman being neutralized inside, it would be
Right,
safe
Charisse?
to have an evacuation and have everyone leave the venue. But one thing that I want to point out here is I'm looking at the gunman in a face-down position, and I don't see members of EMS on the scene providing medical treatment. That leads me to believe that the gunman has not been seriously injured, because traditionally, whenever a person is shot by police or they're seriously injured by police, in the case of a shooting, we immediately look to evacuate that person as quick as possible because we want to provide them the necessary medical treatment, because we ultimately want these people to live. We want these individuals to provide testimony that would assist or enhance our investigation. This person has been in this position for a period of time, so it leads me to believe that they're not seriously injured.
Okay. And as this is happening inside, as they are dealing with somebody who may be the suspected gunman here, we know from what Chris has been telling us that now at this point, they've told everybody to leave. So they say that this is the president said that in accordance with policy, they've asked everybody to leave. Can you explain to us what that is? What's the policy? What are they doing? Why do they want everybody out now?
Well, the people, it's clear that an investigation needs to be conducted. So the best way to conduct an investigation is to have the crime scene evacuated by all persons that were actually in attendance, because we're going to have to, we're looking through the lens of what the court proceeding would be in connection with having this person tried and convicted in a court of law. So we need a crime scene that allows investigators to have the ability to advance through without any level of hurdles by people that would be at the particular location. Here, it looks like we have hundreds, possibly even thousands of people that are at the location. They would only act as hurdles.
Darren, I'm sorry to jump in on you. I'm going to take you to the White House and the U.S. president.
Oh, God, here he comes.
Acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement, and this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech.
Look at Cash.
That was supposed to
Bring
bring
the eyes
together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him.
Speed it up there, Dementia.
And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for
Jesus
lots of different
Christ.
reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
He is a babbling idiot.
Everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement. The law enforcement and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill.
Right, Charisse?
In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago. You all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I asked that all Americans recommit.
Was the word law on one line and enforcement on the line below it? That was a hell of a
We have to resolve
a
our
delay
differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, Liberals, and Progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd,
Yeah, Jennifer called it.
record-setting crowd. There was a
Ballroom.
record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice
Just can't
President
speak
J.D.
normally.
Vance was here.
The fuck?
Likewise, beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help.
I
He
think I
doesn't
could
want
be in bed by
anybody
now.
to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going
I
to
agree,
his
Peach
apartment.
Creek.
I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again.
Me too,
within the
Charisse.
next 30 days, and we'll make it
Like nails on a
bigger and
chalkboard.
better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on. We can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions.
Cash? Nobody wants to
I
hear
wanna
from
thank
Cash.
The First Lady for
Probably drunk.
That was a rather traumatic experience for her. There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But they, it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward.
Yeah,
the president
an
just
award
talked
show,
about.
the Razzies.
But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos
South
come
Park
out,
may
I
take a
expect
shot
very
at this.
shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we
Peach
want
Creek,
them
there are
to
no
do.
professionals
And so
on
I
that
echo
stage or
what
in
Mr.
this
President- what President
administration.
Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident.
Yes, he is, Ryan.
But as
No
you'll
more
hear,
files.
there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is
Possession of
obviously
firearms
ongoing and
is
just started.
not a criminal
There's
offense in
federal law
America.
enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured
Doing shots
that
together or
the
what?
Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the
I hope,
details
Brian.
of
Don't get my hopes
what
up.
they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Now, justice would
Thank
have
you,
been
General.
served
Thank
if
you, Mr.
those
President.
bullets got to
The
their
President's
target.
absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365.
Oh, my
You give them
God.
the
Why don't you
resources
just get
that they
on your
need, and
knees, you
know
fucking
they know that you
googly-eyed
have their
bitch.
back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw
Good
brave Secret Service
Lord.
agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene, to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting
Not now,
witness
Ryan.
interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here.
Now, if
the
you were the
President,
very
Vice
best,
President,
this
that
asshole
backs
would never
law
got
enforcement,
close.
And the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL FBI. 1-800-CALL
Are you insane? You're going to get flooded with bullshit calls. This fucking
conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your
Everybody
partnership.
dial 1-800-CALL FBI.
Okay, we'll do a couple, and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman. I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady, am I right? And I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. You know, I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster.
He can't, sure. He's
Melania
too fat.
Was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise," and
is that what she was saying? That's a bad
we were
noise.
Whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able.
Billy.
I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere
Welcome, NPC.
on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations.
Because he's a bigot
and
a child
I must
rapist
tell you, the most impactful
and a misogynist
people
and a
the
racist.
people that do the most. You take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughingstock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. You know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on
Thank
the
you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you know, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we've had no, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead, Kevin.
Do you know any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion,
Poly market manipulation.
Who would do that but a sick person?
Maybe.
But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about
Believe
him.
what you want, Paul.
They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, that was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed. Probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement.
Yes, we will, Ryan.
What is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more.
The fuck are you talking about,
Are
Paul?
you concerned about political violence? This could be politically
All
motivated.
violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous.
And you're doing it very poorly.
I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country.
Paul,
I'm very proud.
you're one of my
I'm very
listeners,
proud
buddy.
Of the job we've done. You see
You're
what's
here.
happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This
It's
happened over
possible,
a period of
Jennifer.
just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of, members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our
elsewhere
country?
too. You know, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America. In South America, it's
These third world shithole countries. I guess that's what we are now.
It's dangerous stuff. Whether it's here or someplace else, no country is immune. No country.
Nobody took shots at Biden, Obama,
at this point.
Bush.
Probably
Bush
if I
Senior.
decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it at my first
You're getting your
term.
ass handed to you
And
by
now
a bunch
we
of
use it
farmers in Iran.
because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that.
Sure,
It was
sure,
a shame.
sure.
I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the
blah,
S&P.
the Dow.
They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year.
Oh, my
and I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said,
So we covered the
we have to take a
ballroom,
little
the
journey.
Dow.
I see to do this. We just had the great
Iran.
number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that,
He just
I guess I'd
lies
be
with
a lot less of a
impunity,
target,
and
but
nobody in that
I'm
audience is
honored
going
be.
to call
Okay,
him
one
out.
more question? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also,
How the
does
fuck would
this
he know
event
that?
impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
Oh, my
I like
God.
not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of
Well, a
other
lot of
people,
naps and every
you read
weekend
stories where
golfing,
They
you
become
know.
basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a
Americans.
first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she
Looking to bug out,
recognizes
Charisse?
it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. Most of I
Why
think
are
we
you
released the
listening,
names
Paul?
already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it.
You know, all
I
you
see
got to
so many
do
tuxedos
is
and beautiful dresses.
swipe.
It was a little different evening than
You
we
can
thought.
go to somebody
but we're
else.
Going to do it again, and we have a
Plenty
great
of
chairman
magaloons
who
on
we're
YouTube.
so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Could have been a tray.
About how impactful this was.
Oh my God.
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
One in the back, sir. Sir, do you need
Right. Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
You get him, Charisse.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in
There you
history.
go, Billy.
If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble.
That's not how you
Some
spell
of these
lying,
people
Paul.
are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts, so it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. They turned. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. What do I do?
Oh my
But
God.
it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Okay, it's just gone 3 GMT. That's 11 p.m. in Washington, D.C. I want to remind you of our breaking news this hour. If you're just joining us from the U.S. Capitol, U.S. President Donald Trump and members of his cabinet were earlier tonight rushed out of the annual White House Correspondents Association dinner in Washington, D.C. after gunmen tried to breach security
Matt Dillon,
at the event. We understand.
Paul, you got to learn how to spell, buddy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, how many people in that audience ever heard of Matt
What you saw there
Dillon?
was Secret Service agents
That's the
scrambling
actor,
to get the president out of the building. This was the Hilton Hotel in Washington after shots were fired. We understand that one officer was hit, but he was protected by a bulletproof vest. The White House says that the suspected gunman was arrested at the scene. The president.
No. Shit. Fuck. Uh-oh.
Very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms.
Tonight turned out to be a banger.
Tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also
Right,
showing
Cherise?
how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. The man has been captured.
Dr. Jesus.
They go into his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, And I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution.
Right.
That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution.
Okay, we can speak to our correspondent, John Holman, who is just down the street from the Hilton Hotel in Washington, where that event was taking place a little earlier tonight. John, a remarkable evening. You've been monitoring the events over the last few hours. We just heard from the U.S. president there giving a briefing at the White House, telling us that the gunman was armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of the Secret Service. Recap, if you could, John, what happened tonight?
Actually, I can go one better for you than that, because people are starting to come out. You can see the huge presence of police cars. But in order to recap, I'm actually with our White House producer, Chris Sheridan, who was there and who's just come out 2 minutes ago and arrived to meet us. Chris, can you just tell us a little bit, I guess, what the lead up to it was and what that moment was like?
Right. Well, we had just introduced the president, the first lady, and the members of the board of the White House Correspondents Association. We had just started dinner. Everyone was basically socializing, and we suddenly heard shots fired. I heard 5 from not far from where we were sitting at the back of the room.
Thank you, Charisse.
People
Thank you.
the ballroom
Again.
and of course,
I'd prefer a
there
brownie,
was
but
immediate shock.
that's all right.
People
I'll
weren't
take the
sure
jewels.
What was going on? I dove to the floor along with a lot of other people. There was nothing said. The shots ended
Stay
immediately.
hydrated.
There was nobody said anything or screamed anything, and we waited for about maybe 10 minutes before it appeared the situation was under control. I saw Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, whisked out immediately. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. The president, of course, was taken immediately out. And then we were told that the dinner was going to continue. There was a few people who clapped and cheered. But then, of course, as you've seen, they have postponed the dinner now for the night. But it was definitely a very harrowing experience.
Chris, yeah, I imagine it would have been, Chris. Did you get to have a look at all or see the actual gunman?
No.
Okay.
I heard the shots. They were very loud. They boomed and they echoed throughout the. You have to understand, this is an actual working hotel.
Mm-hmm.
So there are floors and floors of people who were there. The ballroom is actually in the basement. It's 2 floors down. So in order to get down there, you have to go down a couple of escalators. But it is possible for someone who simply had a ticket to do that, to come down to the ballroom level. Now, there was airport-like security to get into the ballroom, but you could certainly get to that level. And so the shots we heard echoed throughout the room, and they were very loud, as I said, and they didn't appear to be that far away from where we were sitting.
What the president said was that there was Secret Service people sort of disguised on each table so that they could react quickly. Is that what you saw as well?
I don't know who they were, but
Yeah.
there certainly were. It's certainly a building. Whenever the president travels, wherever he goes, there's a heavy security presence. There's military there. So on one level, of course, you were nervous that something was about to happen, but on the other level, it was very clear that the situation was going to be handled very quickly, which it was.
Mm-hmm.
But I would not have been able to identify anybody who was there undercover, obviously.
Yeah.
For the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro.
Maybe, Charisse.
The Secret
Check Polly
Service
Market and
Director
Kelshi.
Sean Curran, as well as FBI Field Office Darren Cox.
You bet on anything nowadays.
We're here to provide you an update on the incident that took place tonight at 8:36 p.m. at the Washington
Right, Trevor?
Hilton at the site of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. At about
All
that
these guns
time,
in this
a
country,
sole
nobody knows how to
gunman
shoot.
rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated. The president returned safely to the White House, as you know. We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs tonight. and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved. I want to turn to the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Carroll, to provide a law enforcement update and specifics.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondence Center. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time. However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our Criminal Division, our Crisis Response Team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Curran.
Thank you. My name is Sean Curran. I'm the Director of the Secret Service.
No, Ryan.
Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works.
You got a one-track mind, Billy.
That help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the President reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved, and I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Shapiro.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with two counts,
Judge Box of Wine.
924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot. And fortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom,
I think he was only trying to harm one person.
To hear the President of the United States. Because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going.
Thanks, Bill.
Now, I want to make one comment.
Just one look, that's all it takes.
Participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondence Center.
Oh, you showed up to get free booze. Shut up, you stupid whore.
Situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked
that's a positive.
up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police, all of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court, but make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
Take a few questions. Right here in the front, right here in the front.
Confirm that this suspect is specifically targeting the president, and is he talking to law enforcement now?
Chief.
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged the checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say you're talking to law enforcement,
There seems to have been a lack of authorization to come to this event. Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
I mean, what we have here is a multi-layered approach.
Well, he would have,
Spoke
Trevor,
about
if he didn't fall on his
officers the
face.
outside from the Metropolitan Police Department, along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately.
It's
They
good
were
to
able
know,
to bring him
Billy.
into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Chief
Okay,
Carroll,
right here.
Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a vehicle associated with the suspect, and are you and the FBI conducting any search warrants either on a vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're looking into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department, I can tell you that.
Right here.
Chief, there are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
Yep,
Chief,
right here.
the president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building.
You
I
have
do know
one what, Billy?
in this incident
A cat
tonight,
or a
I know there
throwing
was a security
star?
plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here.
Thank you so much. You know specifically if President Trump was a target of this attack, and can you speak to their reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon to get into the ballroom? Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, so as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here.
Can you clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots? And did the uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot?
Yeah, obviously we're only a couple hours into this incident, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured
That's
out.
what they do, Billy. One of mine's is
straight
straight too. Showed up at my back door.
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure. I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
Will there be any changes or added measures given that this did happen?
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
Thank you.
Chief, is there any indication how the suspect got into the hotel? Was it a guest here? Are they searching rooms here?
So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay, to jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security, but to walk in with a weapon of that caliber and get all the way to the ballroom, which is on the lower level, seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, video appears to show the president falling down. He was being escorted out. Was he injured at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
And how many people are in the hospital?
Can you give us his name?
Not at this time. We will release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down.
Maybe, Charisse.
How many people in the hospital?
In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
Mr. Pierre, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
It's a good point.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to bring you up to date. We've just been getting more details from various security officials in Washington after that incident that took place in the Washington ballroom, where a shooter stormed security at a correspondence dinner. So we've been hearing from the mayor of Washington, D.C. and the state attorney, all giving us updates on that shooting incident. We heard from Jeff Carroll, he's the interim chief for the Metropolitan Police Department, saying that the suspect had multiple weapons. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. That's the information we were told there. He said that a Secret Service agent had been shot. He was injured, and he is currently at a hospital, but he is in good spirits. The suspect himself was not struck by gunfire, but he has also been taken to hospital to be checked out. We also heard from the director of the Secret Service, Sean Curran, who commended the Secret Service agents who had taken part in securing the president tonight. If I can just quote what he said, "We saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees." I believe we have Alan Fisher standing by for us. Alan, so just talk us through some of the highlights of what we heard here. We are now starting to get a few more details about the gunman himself.
A very unusual night here at the White House. We don't often get the president stepping from an assassination attempt, which is what it appears like on the face of it at the moment, into the briefing room to give the media an update with everyone in their finest clothes with, as he said, evening dresses and tuxedos. The president made it clear that he wanted to continue in the event, but the Secret Service wouldn't allow it. They weren't sure that this was a lone gunman. They weren't sure that the hall was completely secured, and therefore they urged him to return to the White House, which he did. What it appears is that this heavily armed man raced towards a Secret Service checkpoint, and you can see that on the grainy video on the left-hand side of your screen. He was stopped in his tracks by Secret Service. He was not shot by Secret Service. They took him to the ground. They arrested him. Now, clearly shots were fired. That's what was heard in the hall. A number of people started scrambling under tables. We had the incredible moment of Secret Service agents rushing onto the stage, speaking to the president. The president seemed quite taken aback by the news. He himself initially had thought a tray had been dropped or it was gunfire. Well, it was gunfire. And the Secret Service agents spirited him out of the hall along with the First Lady and other members of the cabinet. And on the stage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, we saw Secret Service agents armed with guns standing, looking out over the hall in case there was another threat. Behind the scenes, Donald Trump, as I say, was keen to see the event continue, but Secret Service insisted that he return here to the White House, which he did. He said that he didn't believe that the building was very secure. We're hearing from the police just in the last few minutes that the man who carried the guns was in fact a guest at the hotel. He comes from California. That we got from the president. And he says he must have been slightly deranged to do what he did. This is the third time that someone has tried to kill Donald Trump, the third time that they've failed because of the smart, clever work, fast work by the Secret Service. And Donald Trump is back here in the White House tonight to be able to tell the tale.
Absolutely remarkable series of events, Alan. We also heard from the U.S. Attorney for Washington, Jeanine Pirro. She said the suspect would now face 2 counts for using a firearm during crime of violence and assault on federal officers using a dangerous weapon. But as you said, that remarkable detail that we got from security officials a little earlier, that this man, this California man that we know, was actually a guest at this hotel. That's going to raise a lot of questions.
The security around these events is normally incredibly tight. Security around the president is normally incredibly tight. And there will be inquiries. How did this happen? Why was this allowed to happen? Were there any failings in the system? Could this have been foreseen? But that is all for another day. At the moment, they're trying to piece together exactly what happened in those frantic few minutes in the Washington Hilton this evening. This Hilton Hotel, believe it or not, was the scene of an assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan by John Hinckley. And here we have, what, 40, 50 years later, a similar attempt on the life of a sitting president. That attempt by John Hinckley led to a radical overhaul of the way the Secret Service guarded the president. This may well be another occasion where that happens now. Donald Trump says he wants the White House Correspondents' Dinner to go ahead. He hopes to host it, or hopes to be there at some point within the next month. That seems to be the idea of the White House Correspondents Association as well. It's interesting to point out that in his first term, Donald Trump never attended this dinner. Obviously, there has been a tension between him and the media. He decided he would attend this year. He said he had a zinger of a speech ready to go, but his attitude changed slightly in the briefing room. He was very conciliatory towards the press, particularly to the president of the White House Correspondents Association for this year, Weijia Zhang, who works for our colleagues at CBS News. And he was perhaps a bit more understanding that sometimes the press do a difficult job as well. But the intention is that this event will be held in a month's time, but you can bet your bottom dollar that the security at the next event is going to be 10 times as strict as it was this evening.
No doubt, Alan. And for viewers who might be just joining us right now, Alan, tell us a bit more about what exactly the White House Correspondent Dinner is all about. As you said, this is the first time that Donald Trump has attended the dinner as president. In previous years, he's boycotted this event. There are a lot of prominent figures in the media, prominent figures from Washington, celebrities who attend this event. I believe there were up to 2,000 people who were gathered in this one place to attend this dinner.
It's a big event, and many people trace Donald Trump's determination to run for president back to when he was a guest for NBC before he even thought about running for president. He was roasted from the top table by the comedian Seth Meyers and then by then President Barack Obama. He quietly seethed as he was sitting at his table, and many people believe that stoked within him a fire to run for president. The White House Correspondents' Dinner represents all the White House correspondents. They host an annual dinner every year. As you say, about 2,000 people there. Tables are very expensive, but the money raised goes to providing scholarships for young people, those involved in journalism. It also acts as an awards night for those who are represented by the White House correspondents. So it really is a gala evening, and it tends to break off afterwards into numerous after parties. It is known in Washington, D.C. as Nerd Prom, where the Oscars, people who work in journalism could never get into the Oscars. the line is that journalism is the Oscars for ugly people, then they tend to break off and go and celebrate. But it raises a lot of money, it does a lot of good work, and the president is often the guest of honor at these events. It was a surprise when Donald Trump accepted the invitation. And certainly during the last couple of days, he's talked about how he had a great speech, how he was going to be quite combative towards the press, which we expected, how he was going to call them out on some home truths, how he was going to be direct with some of his criticism. He never got the chance to deliver the speech because of those grainy pictures we have seen of someone running towards a Secret Service checkpoint and being stopped by Secret Service. They say he wasn't shot, but clearly someone fired a weapon that resulted in a Secret Service agent being wounded. He, as you have said, is currently in hospital in relatively good spirits. The president says he's actually spoken to him. And then we have the sight of the president in a dinner jacket standing at the podium in the White House briefing room, giving a full briefing to the media, many of whom were standing and sitting in dinner jackets, evening dresses, and some people who even grabbed what they could just to get out the door as soon as they heard the news.
It's interesting, Alan, that we are raising this point about the security questions that will have to be asked now in the hours and days ahead. But Jeffrey Carroll, who is the interim chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, when he was speaking to journalists earlier, said the fact that the shots were fired does not mean this was a security failure, and that the checkpoint where the suspect was apprehended was there for a reason and it worked, which is an interesting take on how this panned out. What happens next, Alan? What exactly is going to be thought about at this point?
Well, remember, this is a hotel, and it's a working hotel, and that means there are people staying in the rooms who are not associated with the White House correspondents, who are not associated with the White House itself. They are going about their normal business in Washington, D.C. But there will be questions that someone with a shotgun and several knives was in the hotel in the first place. And that will put a huge question mark over this event being the venue for the White House Correspondents' Dinner in the future if the president is expected there. The fact that he was stopped by a security checkpoint is a plus, but the fact he even got as far as a security checkpoint will pose questions. Now, there'll be independent investigations ongoing. There'll be obviously an inquiry by the FBI where he encountered terrorism, may investigate it. There will be the local inquiry as well. Then there is the Secret Service who guard the president. How close did he get to the president? How much danger was he in? And then there'll be other inquiries as well. They'll all have to be overseen and they'll all report. Now, we suspect that Congress will want to know what happened. Where were the security failures? Anyone who gets within 50 yards, as the president says, with a shotgun and several knives and a handgun, then despite what the police say, that will be regarded as a security failure. So there'll be many inquiries ongoing. Hopefully someone will tie together all the leads, and we expect there to be recommendations, as there inevitably is after an event like this. There was after Butler. Remember, that happened in Pennsylvania almost 2 years ago. There will be after this as well, with questions to be asked and answered, conclusions to be drawn, and very probably changes to be made.
Okay, Alan, for now, let's leave it there. I want to turn to Darren Porcher, a former NYPD lieutenant. He joins us live from New York. Good to speak to you, Darren. So you've been on air sort of listening to all the various security briefings that we've been getting. A lot of interesting questions that it raises. What are your initial
Couple more minutes,
thoughts,
guys, and I'm going to shut it down for the night.
Point that this shooter,
Thank you all for showing up.
A 31-year-old
appreciate
man
it.
from California.
Thank you for the
we don't
gifts.
know much more than that, but he was a guest at the
Like
hotel
Cherie said,
where this
tonight
event
was a
taking
banger.
place.
Right. The shooter in question checked in with the identification as a 31-year-old Cole
Yes, it does, Trevor.
Allen from Torrance, California. That's the identification that was presented to the hotel as it relates to his stay. The FBI has since executed a search warrant at his residence in Torrance, California, and they're looking to, capture any evidentiary
information that will assist in a prosecution moving forward. Right now, the directional path is the prosecution to ensure that we can convict this person beyond a reasonable doubt. At this stage of the game, they have
Do we know that for sure, Charisse?
to arrest and take this person into custody, which we see, which is highly commendable in this particular situation. Is one, we have a Secret Service agent that was shot. However, the perpetrator in question that we see on the screen was not
So I'm here,
shot.
Billy.
So this really exemplifies the use of force, or I want to say
I'll be back tomorrow night at 7 o'clock.
Of not using
Everybody wants to come back.
And killing this
I'm sure we'll still be
individual,
talking about this shit.
in events of this magnitude.
And is this a security failure? Because it was interesting listening to Jeffrey Carroll earlier from the Metropolitan Police Department saying that the checkpoint where the suspect was apprehended was there for a reason and it worked. Would you agree with that logic?
I just think that we're at a deciduous stage of the investigation, so it's difficult to discern that this is, in fact, a security breach or security failure. What traditionally happens is, just to give you a background on me, I worked in the NYPD for a number of years, and on many occasions, I've provided presidential security for the UN General Assembly.
Charisse is all covert now.
Or attending.
She's got reliable sources she doesn't want us to know about.
And what happens in a situation such as this is you have zone patterns that
Good to hear, Billy.
up, and you'll have Secret Service agents, State Department agents, local police, and they're responsible for a zone in question. The key to monitoring and effectively
Give up your source, Charisse.
is not letting any type of disturbance transfer into another zone. You want to isolate and contain whatever disturbance may arise within your zone, because it now keeps I want to say it minimizes or neutralizes the event in question in one particular area. And I give you worst case scenario. Let's say the Secret Service were unable to contain their zone and this spilled over into the ballroom. We'd have had massive carnage as it relates to this individual that was in possession of both a long gun, being a shotgun, as well as a handgun, and I believe he was in possession of a series of knives. He could have definitely introduced a series of carnage. However, by effectively maintaining that the protection or the fortification in the zone in question, it never spilled over. What happens with these types of events, you'll have an advanced team that conducts an assessment, a forward assessment in terms of what the security parameters are, what the potential porous points in that security matrix may be, and then they'll provide the fortifications accordingly. What's unique about having something in a hotel is hotels have a trove of surveillance that supports their mission in ensuring that their customers are safe. This works as a valuable asset for law enforcement. Now, granted, the Metropolitan PD, meaning the DC Police Department, as well as the Secret Service, are going to, in addition, bring in a series of surveillance countermeasures that they'll place at the location. But this was somewhat of a unique or enhanced security setting for the Secret Service, which is very different than if you have an outside venue, such as what happened when the president was the victim of an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, a couple of years ago. Fortunately, this person was neutralized. Fortunately, there was no one that was harmed inside of the ballroom. And what they're going to do now is conduct an after-action review to determine where the poorest state existed and how could they have better fortified these locations in a hotel moving forward as it relates to what the next event would be that
Right.
the president is in attendance.
Right. So tell us about this review. What...
All right, guys, I'm done for the night. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.